Peace to the gods, peace to the gods. Yusuf Air here. Good morning, everyone. Decided to go back and have a natural law hour. Everybody was talking about how they missed the natural law hour on Sunday. So I'm going to try to stay consistent with it and just go in because I see that there's a need for this as well, especially in the climate of immorality that we're currently experiencing here in the West. And people having their own ideas about religion and morality, and just a really interesting time that we're currently in. One of the things that somebody made a comment to me on Facebook, calling somebody a serpent. And I immediately said, did the serpent lie to Eve? I think this was something that was very pivotal in my understanding of Christianity and the Bible as a whole. And also it made me understand how narratives get painted by so-called religious leaders without really exploring in-depthly the truth of the matter that's right in front of your face. When this was pointed out to me, I couldn't believe that all these years as I read this particular chapter, how I just overlooked so many different things. So today, we're going to get into a discussion. I start out all my shows saying peace to the gods. Some people start biting off that a little bit, but I say it for a reason. Peace to the gods, all right? I didn't coin that phrase. It was actually originated by the nation of the 5 percenters. They're the ones who really kind of coined the phrase, and it was a reason for it. So we're going to explore this definition of the word God, because it's very, very important. And we also got to get an understanding of actually what occurred in the garden, in the so-called garden, and the interpretations that are currently being proselytized all across the world, and the effect that it's having on individuals, in particular like women. They're getting blamed for all kind of things, and that's the reason we're in the situation we're in right now, because of the woman. Just a lot of different things like that. So today we're going to look at that, and we're going to explore some of these things that we're being told. All right. So, but before we begin, we're going to look at we're going to start out by looking at the definition of this word God. I think this is necessary that we start right here, because this is a very, very confusing word. It doesn't get talked about enough for individuals, and explain to individuals, because everybody likes to use this word God. I even use it, I say peace to the gods, but I use it with a certain kind of understanding. And a lot of times I've made other videos to try to convey what I mean when I say I'm a God, or I'm calling you gods. I'm not saying that you're the creator of the boundless universe. I'm not saying that you're the all-powerful and all-knowing and all-present. I'm not saying that at all. But to understand that, we got to start breaking down this word. So right now I pulled up an article off Wikipedia, a pretty good source for it. It says, in monotheistic belief systems, God is usually viewed as the supreme being, creator, and principal object of faith. In polytheistic belief systems, a God is a spirit of being believed to control some part of the universe or life, and often worshiped for doing so, or something that represents the spirit of being. Belief in the existence of at least one God is called theism. Views regarding gods, and let's look at the etymology of the word down here. And that's actually true. I say a God is anyone or anything who's in control. That's the definition that I use. A God is anything or anyone who's in control, usually in control. So etymology and usage. The earliest written form of Germanic word God comes from the 6th century Christian Codex Argenteus. The English word itself is derived from the Proto-Germanic gudon. The reconstructed Proto-Indian European form of gutum was likely based on the root gua, which meant either to call or to invoke. The Germanic words for God were originally neuter, but during the process of the Christianization of the Germanic peoples from their indigenous Germanic paganism, the words became a masculine syntactic form. I have to agree with that, because when you study a lot of ancient mystery schools or schools of thought, God is not male or female. And that's why, the feminists always, God is a woman. They sound just as retarded as the men they're attacking when they saying God is a man. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous for anyone to try to claim anything about the creator of the balanced universe, because one of his qualities is that he's unknowable and undefinable. God is unknowable and undefinable. The finite cannot circumscribe the infinite. So you start trying to describe God in everything that he's not. You're like, well, God's a woman, God's a man, God's in heaven, God's white, God's black, all these different things are really the attempts of children. It's really childish in my view. These people there's no way they can be deep thinkers. Just no way. But it goes on and it talks about El means God. All right. Now, all the Moors should know that. I was surprised that some Moors don't know that El means God. El means God. When I say use of El, the El badge is God. We didn't have no bays in our organization. Bay comes from, it's a noble word, but it's really doesn't have anything to do with us. The bay came from what was the bay designation? It came from I forgot. It's off the tip of my tongue. But you don't see any angel with the name Bay. All the angels have the name El at the end of their name, like Mikael, Ezekiel, Yorael, Gabriel, Raphael, so, and these are descriptive terms. So like Yusuf El means God shall increase. That's what my name means, increasing or adding, or God shall increase. Michael means who dares to be like God. Danael means God is my judge. Okay, so understand that these words have meaning. And a lot of you are being taught to name your children with words that have no meaning whatsoever. Then you're wondering why they grow up certain kind of ways. Like the word Michael, look at how powerful that word is. Michael Jackson, Michael Tyson, Michael Jordan. It's a powerful name. It's a very powerful name. Take that into consideration. But El means God. And El is a derivative of the word Elohim, which Elohim is a plural. You have Elo, which is singular, and Elohim, which is plural. Like you have a cherub angel, which is singular, and cherubim, which is plural. Seraph, which is singular, seraphim, which is plural. The yod and the meme, when you add that on the end of a word in Hebrew, it gives it a plural designation. That's very important for you to understand. Additionally, the word Eli, like you have in Matthew 27:46, where Jesus is saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, which is being interpreted as my God, why have you forsaken me? That is also reflected in Psalms chapter 22:1. It's the same story. And we'll talk about that a little later on. However, Eli is Aramaic. So you have Allah, which is Arabic. Then you have Elo, which is Hebrew. You have El, which is Canaanite. And you have Eli, which is Aramaic. But they all mean the same thing. But there was no word God. God didn't come around until around the 6th century, 7th century. It's only about 1,400 years old. People using that expression. It's important for people to understand that, especially if you're going to start to understand where I'm going to take you with this information. Because if you don't get into the language of these things, these people are going to deceive you, because there's a deception going on, because they don't want you to know who you are. Who you are. And in sovereignty, you got to know who you are. People get offended when you say they're a God. And I stand on it. I stand because I know that they're not educated. They have a belief system that is built off of faulty premises. And I'm going to show you this with your own eyes. You'll be able to see it. And if you can't see it, it's just on you. It's just, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. You may not just be ready for certain things, but it is important for you to understand things. The tetragrammaton, like people like to call Yahweh, that is one rendition. Yahav Wahav of the tetragrammaton, that is something that is used in other places. It really means, oh, he who is who he is. So you have Yehovah Elohim, oh, he who was of the Elohim. But, they've tried to make Yahweh into God. There is no one knows the name of God. They say in the Christian, even the Jehovah's Witnesses. If you're watching, if you be honest, your elders in your congregation will tell you that Jehovah is not the name of God. It's not it's the closest thing. They give y'all the explanation. It's the closest thing y'all could come to. But we know that there are no J's and V's in Hebrew, so it couldn't even be pronounced that way. And we also know that the person who started the Jehovah's Witnesses, he was a 33-degree Mason. So understand those things. It's a reason why it looks like Kingdom Halls look like Masonic temples, if you haven't been paying attention. All right. So let's delve into this a little bit. Yeah, it's Turkish. Yeah, the word Turkish. Yeah, Bey is Turkish. It's a word for a nobleman, but the history of it really not we as a people, not black people. We didn't really have any affiliation with that. Everything was L. I don't really understand why people started using the word Bey, but it may be something beyond my my knowledge. However, no, it's L. L is the designation. Why would you want any other designation but that? To be called a god, to be a master of oneself. That's what you're striving to be. So, because that's the only thing you can be God of. You can only be God of yourself. When we call ourselves gods, we're not saying we're God over other people. We're saying that's self-mastery, what we're talking about. You've reached a certain degree in your development where you have mastered yourself. And that's when you become a god, because when you master yourself, then you can begin to manipulate your surroundings. You master your environment. But to master your environment, you have to master yourself. I have a copy of the Hermetica here. The word Hermetic, which means to seal, is of Greek rendition. That is them taking something from Tahuti. That's what the Greeks called Tahuti, or Thoth in Egypt. The thrice great, they call them Hermes. They stole all their gods from the Egyptian gods. The Greeks took everything from the Egyptians, and the Romans took everything from the Greeks. Understand that. So when you say Hermetica or the Hermetic, it just means something like something hermetically sealed. It just means something sealed or sealed information. The Hermetica is okay, but you don't need to. The first thing when you read any of those esoteric books, you got to understand basic principles. And there are 7 principles. And the first principle is mentalism. The universe is mental. Everything begins and ends with the mind. God would not exist if you didn't exist. You have to think about that. Don't answer too quickly. Think about it. God had to have something to reflect himself off of. God expresses himself through his creation. Think about that. Everything is vibration. In the beginning, in all religious texts, they start off with God speaking things into existence. In the Quran, you have kun fayakun, be and exist. And Christianity, and in the beginning, God said, let there be light. Fiat lux. Okay. These are sounds, vibrations. Scientists has proven this. Everything in creation is a vibrational frequency. This is something that you need to understand also if you're going to implement the law of attraction. You have to understand that vibratory frequencies, everything exists. They just have a different frequencies and a different molecular structure, but at its foundation, everything is exactly the same. This is a very important point for you to understand. that everything, this camera looking at me, this microphone, my body, my watch, this computer, everything at a fundamental level is composed of the same thing, vibrational frequencies. So it stands to reason, this is the reason you can speak things into existence or think things into existence, because thought and speech are vibrational frequencies. They're constructive in their nature. You have an intention behind it. So at the core, at the beginning of creation, they call everything chaos, because there was, and there's no such thing as no thing or nothing, because something can never come from nothing. So this thing that they're calling no thing or nothing was something, it just hadn't taken on form. So they give it different names like triple darkness, chaos, of the void, of the undifferentiated. A lot of different names you will hear in different religions that reference the source of everything, which with all intents and purposes could be defined as God. These are just different names for God, but it's something nobody can explain because it's at the beginning of creation. Everything that is created comes out of something, out of a void, that's what they say, order out of chaos. Chaos is things are not in any particular order. And when something manifests, it's ordered. So order out of chaos. The chaos is, even in I believe it's even Roman or Greek mythology, chaos was a god. Even in the Egyptian stories, it's the same thing. This primordial beginning of everything. So I want people to understand that, okay, just for following along with me. Just following along with me, all right, because you need to understand this, okay? All right, so we got God out of the way. Now, one thing I want people to be familiar with is something called Strong's Concordance. Strong's Concordance. The reason that you want to be, they got a lot of them on the internet too. They got a lot of them on the internet. They got online, like Bible Hub's got one, Strong's Concordance. All right. The reason that you want a Strong's Concordance because you want to be able to have access to look at words in their original language. This is what's going to kind of bring down all the arguments that you're having, because all intents and purposes, what you're doing is you are depending on somebody else's translation of the Bible. And a lot of times when you start doing your own study, you can see that this person who translated this Bible is an idiot. So you're going to find that you're putting your soul in the hands of men who a lot of times are incompetent and they're not up to the task of translating something. If they were, it wouldn't be 22 different translations of the Bible. So I'm telling you to do this so at least you can use your own judgment. Use your own judgment. Don't depend on these dudes. A lot of them are biased. It's like when a Christian goes to Egypt and starts calling things mythology and shit. He's going to do this because what? He's a Christian. He's biased. And don't let him be white. So can you really trust what he's saying? You got to go and see it for yourself. And he would say, oh, I see what was going on with you. I watched an Egyptian documentary, and it went 2 hours, and I didn't see probably about 3 or 4 hieroglyphics. And you go over there, they all over the fucking place. It's like, man, I ain't seen none of this on the bodies. They ain't nothing but grave robbers. Egyptologists are grave robbers. That's all the Cairo Museum of Egypt got, is they done dug up they call it a sarcophagus, but it's just your coffin. They dug up people's coffins and put it in a damn museum. They went through all the graves and dug up all these people and put them on display. Oh, Juan God recently did another hit piece. All right, okay, Juan God. I mean, I tell Juan God I appreciate the attention he's giving me. Hey, They came to me, talking to me. I must be doing something right. Y'all know I must be doing something right, because here they are. Truth, like Cat Williams said, truth don't have to be afraid of no lie. Truth don't have to be afraid. He can do a hit piece all he wants. It's not going to change the truth. It's not going to be able to change when I show people what to look at and then they can read it for themselves and see what I'm talking about. It's not going to change when people go into the courtroom themselves and they ask a judge and they see how the judge refused to answer these questions. It's not going to change none of that. They can speak till they blue in the face. What he's going against the creator of the boundless universe. He's destined to lose. You'll never win against the truth. You'll never. Lie is always going to be exposed to the truth. He's a liar. He's just like what was described in St. John's 8:44. You of your father, the devil. He abode not in the truth in the beginning. is what it, and that Revelations 2:9. I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves Jews. They are not. They the synagogues of Satan. They're talking in particular like a dude like that. They're talking about a dude like that. And I can prove everything I'm saying. I got receipts to everything. And I'm not just saying something or talking about. I'm not that kind of person. But you have to be aggressive with these guys, because once you see what their true nature is, once you see their true nature and what it is that they're trying to accomplish, you have to ask yourself questions. Why is he coming over here? If I'm saying something that there are plenty of people talk about that, they're not on their pages talking to them. They're not doing hit pieces on them. They're doing hit pieces on me, because they see I'm effective and they see I have a lot of influence. That's all it is. So they're going to constantly be over here. So it doesn't matter what they say. A lot of times, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of times, I don't even watch they hit. I like the stuff they make about me. I haven't even watched. I don't even watch it, because that's just how superior I am over them. You know, I'm like, man, I don't even watch your shit. You know, all you're gonna do, you gotta understand, that's my street team working for me. He putting out a hit piece on me that's gonna make people interested in me, and they're gonna come and they're gonna listen to me. That's why it's good to kind of make enemies like that, because they unknowingly, because they put so much focus on me, they make me more powerful. Because anything you give your attention to, you make stronger. You defeat something by not giving it attention. That's what they talk about that's why you got to know polarity, which is one of the principles. You can't get rid of a habit. You can only replace a habit, because the universe abhors a vacuum. There is no empty space in the universe. So habits have to be replaced. You're going to replace something with something else. So you always hear me say, people who talk about white supremacy, they are a detriment to themselves. They're not doing anything but empowering white supremacy, because you don't get rid of white supremacy by constantly talking about it. You get rid of it by constantly talking about something else. The same thing with the world. Why do you think media is so important? They're trying to bring in a new world order. They have you constantly talking about things and putting fear in you so you will manifest the world that they want. If you want to go against this system, the number one way to do it is to not buy into it. Start paying attention to something else. But so many people have so much habits. They're so addicted to drama. They're addicted to gossip. Man, this is a gossiping age. These dudes got gossip channels. I might address Juan Galt. I might go over there and look at him and address him, because he think he's intelligent. And I'm going to show him that on the intelligence scale, he's like a slug when it comes to me. I'm out to actively show him that he's not intelligent. And I hope he's looking at this right now. And so right now, where attention goes, energy flows. That's exactly correct. Paying attention. I like that, paying attention. The creator isn't a God, isn't a God. But a God is a creator. A God is a creator. The creator isn't a God. The creator is the God. And you possess the same qualities, because even in your Bible, it says he took his spirit and blew it into you. So if you possess the spirit of God, you have the same qualities, just different in degree. I mean, I think any reasoning man can come to that conclusion. The only thing that is wrong with human beings is they're being convinced that they're not a God. That's the whole game. The whole game is to keep you in a mental cage, to keep you limited, to make your panoramic vision only what they want. He who controls the paradigm is God. That's a powerful statement. I don't think enough people understand that statement. He who controls the paradigm is God. So somebody who is giving you an idea of what reality is and telling you things to believe, they are your God. They the ones put you in a box, the ones teaching you who God is. Think about that. Do you have how can another man teach another man about God? When God can speak directly, when God got his spirit in all of us. Think about that on a deep level. How can other men, they can guide you if you're blind or something, but how can they give you the ultimate truth is what I'm trying to say. How can they guide you to the ultimate truth? Reading a book, utilizing a book that there is no original to. There aren't any original Bibles nowhere. The Vatican has the oldest. The oldest does not mean original. Ain't nobody on this call can tell me where to find the original Bible. There isn't an original Bible. The word Bible is not even in the Bible. They can't tell me these things because they don't exist. And we'll get into that too. And that is a very important point for you to understand. That's a very important point for you to understand, because it's also going to be a point that I'm going to be talking about today. There isn't an original Bible, and there's no original Quran either. They have the oldest. They say it was inscribed on the hearts of the Sahaba of the Prophet Muhammad, which Sahaba means his companions. And inscribed on the heart means they committed to memory. And the same thing with the Bible, which I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. But what were they memorizing? And that is what we're going to have a discussion on that today, because I kind of get tired of some of these things that people talk about, as if they have the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and that leads to a lot of different problems also. So if somebody do you have the whole truth? Who are you? Somebody was saying today, oh, these people, like they were talking about the preacher, what's his name? Joel, what's his name? Joel Winstein or whatever his name is. And they were saying, he's deceiving the people or because he's getting money from the people, he in some kind of way is, taking advantage of them. And my first question to him is, who are you to make that determination? What are you, God or something? He's a Moor too. And one of the things about the Moors is they some of the most self-righteous people that I come into contact with. Y'all some of the worst people I come in. Y'all worse than Jehovah's Witnesses with this. What is your nationality? Y'all becoming worse than Jehovah's Witnesses. I ain't lying. Y'all gonna start. Yeah, Joel Osteen. Yeah, Joel Osteen. And I was like, I listened to Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen is a Christian, and he comes from the school of the law of attraction. And he understands the law of attraction, and he is good at his ability to cast it in a form that is palatable to Christians, kind of like what Reverend Ike was doing. Him and Creflo Dollar and different things like that. It's truth in what they are saying. They're just casting it in a form that's palatable to their listening audience. You're not a part of that audience, because the truth is like a tree. There are different branches of the tree, but they all lead down to the same tree trunk and go down to the roots. But you can't get mad at someone because you started on this branch over here and he started on this branch over here, and y'all both on a pathway to the Sarato Mustaqim, or the road of the straight and narrow, but you don't like the fact that he's over here on this other branch and you're over here on this branch, and you think your branch is better than his branch because you use a different name, a different description, but y'all talking about the same thing. And this ought to evidence your lack of intelligence. If you're an individual who does this, you're not deep enough. And you know why? Because you have a prejudice. You refuse to look at all the other religions. That's what comparative religious study is so valuable. It releases you. If you want to be released from religion, that's what you want to do. You want to study all of them. That's why you'll never see me join the Moorish Science Temple of America. I read your book. It's really good. I rarely see any of you talking about the Quran Circle 7. As a matter of fact, I don't see you talking at all. Only thing I do is see you trying to worship Noble Drew Ali. Put the prophet out front. You no different than Christians. Put Jesus out front. Fuck what Jesus said. We gonna worship Jesus. When he said, don't worship me. You worship God only. So then they had to say, well, we're going to turn Jesus into God. And then you hear them, well, how can the Son of God be God? Just stuff that just don't make no sense whatsoever. Just ignorance. Like slave time ignorance. Just things like this that they say. God was in the garden saying, God, if it be possible, please take this from me. God was on the cross saying, my God, where have you left me? That's God. You sound ridiculous. You sound ridiculous. Yeah, Joel Osteen is a very good speaker. I listen to everyone because when you have the principles, see, it's just like with this secure party. With the secure party, everybody wants a process. I look at the principles. And then I can tell any process is good. I mean, it's a million different processes, and a lot of them are good. My process is not the only process. It's a whole bunch of different processes you can use. But I look at the process. If it doesn't have certain principles, I'm going to call it what it is, bullshit. I say, nah, this is some bullshit. This doesn't observe public and private. This person, whoever wrote this, doesn't understand the principles of the Constitution. They don't understand separation of powers. Don't understand maxims of law, notice requirements. These are things I look at when I look at somebody's paperwork or process. I don't care about their process. Y'all can go out there and pay all the money you want for different processes. It doesn't mean nothing. You don't know if it's good or not because you don't know the principles. Somebody charge you $7,500 for some garbage. And I've seen it many times in this space. More times than not. People pay exorbitant amounts of money for paperwork. A lot of times they can find on the internet. A lot of times they can find shit on the internet. They just know you don't know where to look. So they'll sell it to you because you don't know where to look. And see, so somebody say, yeah, Joel doesn't really care about people. How do you know that? You don't know that. You don't know if Joel Osteen cares about people. Let me tell you why you don't know that. That's like saying Michael Jordan didn't care about people. All right. Michael Jordan has a reputation for being a supreme asshole. But I remember a lot of the old Michael Jordan interviews when he was married to his first wife. His first wife, I remember one interview in particular, I think he was on Oprah Winfrey with him and his wife. And he was talking about how his wife was nagging him to go to a movie. She just wanted to go to a regular movie like everyone else. That's all she wanted to do. And he broke down one day and said, okay, let's go to a movie. And he went to the movie theater and he said, all during the movie, people were walking down the aisle asking him for his autograph. And he looked over at his wife and he said, now do you understand? Do you understand when you're in certain positions of power and influence and fame like that, how many people you have to deal with on a daily basis? How many different personalities you see? How many different people, how many good and bad people that you see? How many people come and try to take advantage of you? And you have to guard yourself. You got to get secretaries. You got to do things like that. You keep dealing with that every day. Think about dealing with that every day for like 15 years. So you're not in that position. You don't understand. I understand. There could be a guru that somebody doesn't like. They say that guru stole my money. And I look at him and I go and look at him and I can see where at one point he was in obscurity. Nobody knew who he was. Now all of a sudden he got 100,000 people coming at him. I'm like, it's not necessarily that. He hasn't organized himself as a business. I'm in a position organizing a business and you ain't been formally trained in it is hard in a motherfucker. Putting people in place to answer the phone, doing customer service, that requires constant attention and dedication to get everything working like a well-oiled machine. And then now you're getting attention from women and you got all kinds of distractions and you haven't learned how to manage your distractions and things like that. It can be interpreted as he don't give a fuck about people. It's like this. I'll give you an example. A very good example comes out, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. It was a very, very good illustration that I got from that book. And what it was is there was a man on a bus and he had his children with him. And his children were running around the bus being unruly. And the man was sitting on the bus, just staring out of space, not paying attention to his children. And his children are moving around, bothering the other passengers on the bus. Until one of the passengers finally, tired of him not taking control of his children, speaks to the man and says, "Sir, your children, could you get a hold of your children?" Because they looking at him like he's a bad father. And then he looks at them and he snaps out of his stupor and he says, "Oh, I apologize. We just left the hospital. Their mother just died." This is probably how they're managing it. And he gets a hold of his children. That's called a paradigm shift. That's why you always reserve your judgment and you don't judge until you have all the facts. And the only person that really has all the facts is the creator of the boundless universe, or, the Akashic record, which you don't have. You have access to it if you knew how to access it, but a lot of you just pass judgment on, and you don't have all the facts. And as soon as you get all the facts, then your opinion of something changes because you had a shift in your perception. A paradigm shift. Same thing with the story with Abraham and Melchizedek. All right, so let's get back to the discussion about God, because I wanted to get that off. I appreciate the $5 Twitch and everybody making the donations. All right. So we're going to look at this word God. This word God. And did the snake tell the truth in the garden? And are you or are you not a God? A God, not the God. Not the definite article God. Are you a God? Let's look at it. Somebody says saying God is like saying amen, both giving praise to someone other than the true creator. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because in the Bible, it says, seek you the kingdom of God and all things will be added to you. And then Luke 17:21 tells you, look neither here nor there, but the kingdom of God is in you. See, that's an example of someone regurgitating something they were told. This is why Jesus said you have to be reborn again. He said, if you're going to enter the kingdom of heaven, you have to become as little children. And what that means is that children are not full of themselves. Children are open to learn. Being reborn means everything you've been taught is wrong. You're going to shed all of that like a snake skin. And he said, who gave you the Bible? We're going to look at the Bible. You got to take people through stages. This is what the majority of the people believe in is the Bible. Who gave it to you is irrelevant. And, whether or not it's an original or not is really, truly irrelevant too. Because once you can read history and you understand language, you can see something, you'll be able to deduce what something is really trying to tell you and really trying to convey. The problem is not within the books. The problem with the people is with the people who are interpreting the books and then giving you their interpretation. That's where the problem lies. It's not with the books. It's not with the books. And you have a Satan, like a lot of people who speak against religion, you got to watch out for those people. Those are like devils. If you're speaking out against Christianity, Islam, Judaism, to me, you're a devil. And I don't subscribe to any of those religions. And I'm calling you a straight up demon. You are a demon. Because first of all, you're not learned in any of those scriptures. So you don't have no foundation to be saying what's right or wrong in the first place. So we can start right there. And your belief is just that, your belief. And everybody's entitled to their belief. Because ain't none of you met God. It's called being self-righteous. It's nothing worse than a self-righteous individual. Man, they like demons. They demons, man. You're talking about narcissistic behavior. There's nothing worse than a self-righteous person, man. Jesus is the only way to heaven. I'm like, really? So let's look at the word God, because I see people in the chat. They want to talk about God real quick. God, it's like, God is this, God is that. All right, let's look at, let me see if I can find it real quick. All right, got Strong's Concordance. Hold on, let me pull out Strong's Concordance, key reference, That's what Genesis, right. Yeah, KJV. Let's see what we get. All right, so right here, let's see if they're gonna pull me up, if it's gonna pull up. Let me see if I can pull it up. Shoot. Let me get back. Let me find another concordance right here. Strong's. Let me see if there's with this one. All right, Hebrew. This is Strong Concordance. Why did I get? Oh, okay. I'm hitting the wrong thing. I'm sorry. What is it? H3. Am I not using this thing the right way? I thought it was examples, love. Okay, look, let me put just God in here. Let's see. It's not doing anything, y'all. I'm trying to search it. Let me go to another one. I don't know why this one's not working. Let me find another. Let me see. John Strong's Concordance. See if I can find a good one. Ain't it either. Go back up to the top. I was using it. Let's see. Strong's Concordance, red letter, search the Bible, verses by God. Anyway, let me come back to this because I don't know why I'm not having a problem using the Strong's Concordance. But let me just start with Genesis chapter 3. But I will tell you why I'm trying to get you to look at Strong's Concordance. Because what Strong's Concordance does is everywhere you see this word God, when you pull it up, you can see what it says in Hebrew. And what it says in Hebrew is you're going to see that it is the word Elohim. It's not Yahweh. It's not the Tetragrammaton. It's not Adonai. It's not any of those words. The word is Elohim, which is a plural, which is why it says, let us create man in our image and after our likeness, because the word Elohim is a plural. They'll give you all these different explanations for it, but we're not going to get into that right now. Right now, you need to understand that the word Elohim is a plural. It should say, and the gods said, let us create man after our image and after our likeness. That's how it should read. All right. And I'm going to show you in other parts of the Bible, like, for instance, Psalms 82:6, where it is translated. It's the exact same word in Hebrew right here. This here in Genesis 1:26 is the exact same word. And don't let them pull into you this capital G and big G, because that's another form of deception, because there are no capital letters in any of the Semitic languages. And it is the exact same word. That's a convention that they made up to try to give it a distinction for you, to make you believe that there is a distinction. Everybody following me so far? Make sure people are following me, because I don't want to lose nobody on what I'm talking about. Yeah, if you have an old concordance, I agree with that. One who cannot find God until one finds oneself. One who looks for man to tell them who God is one who is looking for man to be their God. I agree with that. I agree with you in part, and I'm going to tell you why. Because sometimes you need a guide. You need a Mahdi to come along and guide you in the right direction. A true teacher is something that's trying to extract something from you. See, what I'm talking against right now is indoctrination. But you can have a guide who can tell you things and help you realize, come to a realization in your own mind. That's how you find God in yourself. And you begin to depend on yourself. You know, somebody can't guide you to that. But you got to be careful between someone who's guiding you and someone who's trying to indoctrinate you into their way of thinking. And they ain't mastered nothing themselves. Jesus didn't speak in modern Hebrew. Jesus spoke in Arabic. Well, I don't know. He probably spoke Hebrew, but the New Testament wasn't written in Hebrew. It was written in Greek and Aramaic. Wasn't written in Hebrew. But the people in there, yeah, they were Jews. They were speaking Hebrew. And then you even go to the book of Acts, where y'all like to use this word, speaking in tongues, which ain't nowhere in the Bible. It's speaking with other tongues. And then they go on to list the different languages. The miracle of Pentecost was when he was able to send out his disciples into all corners of the world, looking for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, who had spread out everywhere in every country and had began speaking different languages. Like I was just in Spain. There were black people in Spain didn't even understand English. I'm around black people in Spain. They done grew up in Spain all their life. They speak Spanish or Italian or Portuguese. I go up to some Portuguese, and I was in Portugal. I'm speaking to them. I'm a black man. They're a black man, but they don't know no English. So if you're going to send your disciples out, you got to be able to speak their language. So the miracle of Pentecost, when they were able to speak all these languages, like today, are these men not of us? And look, they speaking our languages. That's a true miracle, not someone speaking in some gibberish and someone standing on the sideline saying, oh, you said X, Y, and Z. No, a miracle is somebody who don't speak your language and instantly they can. And especially in light of, we got these extraterrestrial sightings that are happening right now in Miami, in the mall. I don't know if y'all are aware of that, but they making light of it right now. That's how I always know there's some truth to it. Because I see interviews from people, and then I see how people, they start making podcasts on it and making fun of it or something like that. I know, okay, the plants are putting out to the people. That's how you know you need to investigate it more. When they start making light of it or trying to denigrate it in some kind of way. You need to look at it, because that's usually their agents trying to take your attention away from it. They're trying to get your attention off of it. So let's keep going. So we have, let's read Genesis real quick. Okay, because I explained God. This word God is a very, very important word. It's probably one of the most deceptive words being used in the Bible. Probably one of the most deceptive words being used. I agree. It is the most deceptive word because it's translated. When you look at the original language, they've translated different words to it, like Adonai, Yahuwah, or Lord or God. There's something like that translated as either one of those words. And it's like 17 different words. They didn't translate it as that. So that's some of the deception that's going on too, to make it all think, oh, it's just word. And that's why you read something and it don't make quite sense. Like in one instance, they'll tell you that no one has ever seen the face of God. And then in another instance, they'll say, I believe it was Lot or Abraham said God shook his hand as a man shaketh another man's hand. That's why you see all these so-called contradictions in the Bible. It's not that it's a contradiction. It's that these motherfuckers translating it a lot of times are either devils or they're illiterate themselves. And you give them too much credit. But most of the time it's intentional. Deception is intentional. Most of the time it's intentional. All right, so let's read this real quick. It says, now the word serpent is nakash in Hebrew. And there's someone who say it don't even really mean serpent. But right now we have to contend with a talking snake. Are they talking about the nature of something, or are they talking about a reptilian type being? Because this reptile being is all over the planet. I can't deny I don't see these. Every culture I've been in, from Hawaii down to the Caribbean, all the way up into the Vatican, I see this damn serpent. Dragon, China, everywhere. So now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field. Notice they use the word subtle. The Lord God had made, Yahweh Elohim, or Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, yea, hath God said, have Elohim said, you should not eat of every tree of the garden. All right, so this serpent comes in and starts asking the woman, did God tell you this? And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God has said, Elohim has said, the Elohim said, you shall not eat of it, neither shall you touch it, lest ye die. Now this is what mainstream religion, how they are going to try to protect the integrity of their translation of all of this by saying that this is Satan and that the snake is evil, even though we see in ancient Egypt the serpent coming out of the crown chakra of the individual crown, because they were venerating it for freeing of the serpent power, how when you control your sperm and let it accumulate in your body, it travels up your spinal cord into your brain. They call it the serpent power. But let's look at this. And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God has said, the Elohim has said, you should not eat of it, neither you touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, you shall not surely die. Now right here, this serpent, or this nakash, this whisperer, just called the Elohim a lie. Of course, religion is going to have to attack that. How could they not? They've already given you a narrative. This devil God narrative. This is the devil. So it's a narrative. They got to attack this because this being, whoever he is, just called one of the Elohim or a group of the Elohim liars. Let's use group because the word being here is Elohim, which is a plural. So this group of beings, a group of Elohims, whoever they are, lied to Eve is the claim of this serpent. For the Elohim don't know that in the day you eat thereof, your eyes shall be open and you shall be as, is it eyes or eye? Is it eyes or eye? shall be open, and you shall be as Elohims, knowing good and evil. Now notice right here, they put the word God in lowercase. But when you go get a Strong's Concordance, you're going to see that this word, they also put it in plural. They translated it like the way it should be. I really need to show y'all this so y'all can see this, man. Because it really have an impact on you and you just see it. Because they put it right in the Strong's Concordance. They don't try to hide it. Everything they do, they understand that the average person is not going to read. He's not going to read. They know this. They know this. They know you're not going to read. They know you're not going to read. Let me see if it's on here. I thought it would be it right here. Gizanat, Enan, let me put. Abram. Well, I put it in the Bible. What is this right here? Oh, Strong's. Oh, all right, got it. Okay. So let's see. Strong's Lexicon, God. You can see right here, okay, this is the word God in Hebrew. So you got the word God. You got Elohim right here. Like Barashit, that's like I think they translate Genesis from. But right here, this word Elohim, Genesis, in the beginning, God created, KJV right here. So 1:1. So what we were just reading, yeah, here it is right here. So we're looking at Genesis 3:5. So if I go over here, let me see if they got it in here. Yeah, right here. Let's see. Genesis 3:5. For God knows that in the day, for God knows that they didn't show the other part right here. I wish I had the whole damn verse. Yeah, they'll have the other part, the sound of glory, God walking. But all these words are Elohim. See, Elohim has 680 occurrences. And if you look in Psalm, let me see if they got it in Psalms real quick. Let me see if they got the word in Psalms real quick. Let me see if they put it there. That'll be kind of hard for them to hide. Let's see. Element PQRS. And no, they don't even have Psalms on here. So that right there goes to show me that they don't even, this thing right here ain't even, oh, they got Genesis. Let me see if I can do Genesis. All right, here it is right here. Let's see. Genesis 3. Trees and the fruit and a woman. Let's see. Eat not, saying, I commanded you, of which the tree. And Adam cursed, I will multiply. Okay, the serpent to God Yahweh. So said, on the field be. Okay, that's who he's talking to, the serpent. He sent them out the garden. Your eyes will be open. Then your eyes will be open. You eat in the day that God, the tree was good. See, they don't even have the whole translation right here. Then your eyes will be open. They trying to hide it. Wow, boy, that's crazy. They don't even have right here with the translation of the word God. Y'all go and do your own research. You're going to see that I'm telling the truth. I'm going to try to pull it up for you a little bit later. But right here, this word right here is Elohim. And when you go to Psalms 82:6, when you go to Psalms, Yeah, Psalms 82:6. Right here. Where is it at? Psalms 82:6. No, where did it go? Psalms 82:6. Right here, you see. There you go. Right here, you see, I have said ye are gods. Right here, this word right here is the same word that is right here and right here in Hebrew. So right here in Psalms, you have, I have said ye are gods. And this is what really gives me, when somebody tries to tell me I'm not a god, I know that they're some sort of antichrist or some sort of devil, because here is God speaking, saying, I have said you are the Elohim and all of you are the children of the Most High. But you have some pastor or some religious nut job or freak come along and try to tell you that you're not a god, or that you speaking sacrilegious or something like that. That's why I said they're just not very well-learned people. When you listen to people who talk like that, and these religious zealots, a lot of times they're not very learned. A zealot is a person that is so close-minded and doesn't have an open mind. Is not open to the fact that God manifests himself all over the planet to all different races of people with different cultural backgrounds in a different way, but he all gave them the same principles of truth. They're not open to that. That's why I don't understand how they could ever get to God, or how they could ever help another human being. How could you help another human being when you think you're right and everybody else is wrong? I just don't, I don't see that. So right here it says, I have said you are Elohims and all of you are sons of the Most High. So right here, we're going to see if God confirms it right here. That's God talking right there. So this serpent is saying, for Elohim doth know that in the day you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open and you shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that there was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and also gave it unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of both of them were open. Now, right here, I don't see how they're going to get around this, because the serpent said, then your eyes shall be open. And right now we get a confirmation, both of them, and the eyes of both of them were open. So my first question to all the religious and Christian world, where did the serpent lie just on this part? Forget the other, we're going to get to the other points. But is this not a true point? Did the serpent tell the truth? That their eyes would be open? Did the serpent tell the truth? Then your eyes shall be open and you should be as gods. But right here it says, and both their eyes were open. Yes or no in the chat. Just put yes or no in the chat. Fuck all that long shit that you're writing. Yes or no in the chat. Did the serpent tell the truth on this point that your eyes will be open? I just need a yes or no. I don't need no long trying to explain it, giving me your interpretation of something or your explanation of something based off what somebody else told you. I'm talking about right now, did not, in reading this book in the language that is in, the snake told them their eyes are going to be open, and then it gets confirmed that their eyes were open. I want you to look at the comments and look at the people. Like Josh White, he just said no. Even though you can read it clear as day. That's why you can read it, but they still see something else and they think they know. But you can read this and see it. Then the eyes will be open right here. And the eyes of both of them were open. So we haven't gotten to a lie yet. So far, we are still rooted in the truth. And he said, and they knew they were naked. Now all of a sudden they have knowledge. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. I didn't understand the significance of them realizing that they were running around naked, but it's some kind of knowledge that they came into. Some say it was sex. It's a lot of different things I've heard, but we're not going to get into that because none of that is talked about right here. All that is speculation in the world of belief, and somebody else's intelligence is going to interpret and try to tell you the truth of what something is. We're not doing that today. We don't care about if you're a preacher. I don't care if you went to some sort of seminary school or you got a master's in theology. Right now, what we're doing is what we learned in kindergarten, how to damn read. And right now we can see right there on 5, it says, and your eyes shall be open, in 7, and the eyes of both were open. Look at somebody just say, but he still lied. We're going to get to, but he still lied. You sound like a Satanist, Yusuf. They're going to start that bullshit too in a little while. But it don't matter. We're going to get to the truth today because we're going to learn how to read because these people don't know how to read. A lot of times ain't none of them even read it. Most of these people don't even read the Bible. They don't even read it. I've been to churches. They pull out 2 scriptures. A lot of times read it wrong. But anyway, so it goes on. Nobody said we need Jesus. Jesus didn't tell you to worship him. That's another lie. Somebody said, why do we need Jesus? We God. That's what Jesus was sent here as an example to show you how to become a God. And if you look at all of the things he was teaching, that's all he was talking about. Everything I do, you can do. Come on out here. You can walk on water like me. Why is it we can't heal the people? Because you have little faith. If you have faith of a mustard seed, you can do anything. He kept telling you that all the time, but you don't want to hear that because you want to worship. You want to grovel. You want to get on your knees. You are a fucking mortal, and I'm not talking to you. You want to worship something. I come from the people of that what was worshiped. Boy, that's gonna make some people upset me saying that. But we got to get to the truth. We got to get to the truth. We got to get past with these demons. You got to be able to see these demons for who they are, because a lot of them, like Jesus said in Matthew 24:5, he said, many shall come in my name saying I'm a Christ and deceive many. He didn't say many gonna come as Muslims. He didn't say many was gonna come as Jews. He didn't say many is gonna come as Hindus. He didn't say many is gonna come as Buddhists. He said many gonna come in my name, saying I am Christ, and deceive many. So the first person that Jesus told me to look out for is you, Christian. Like he said in Matthew 7, he said, not everyone saying to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but the one doing the will of my Father. Just because you call yourself a Christian and you sitting over here talking about Jesus Christ, that don't mean nothing to me. You some of the most evil, you were the number 1 people he told me to watch out for. First. Hey, I don't care about getting their panties in a bunch. You go read it yourself. Matthew 24:5. Do we need to read it? Let's read it. The whole chapter of Matthew 24 is devoted to predictions of the end of the times, not the world, the end of an age, because they'll call you a world. Let's read it. And it said, and Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came with him to show him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said unto them, see not all these things, verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. Which is true when you go over there. And he sat upon the Mount of Olives. The disciples came to him privately, because he was talking publicly. When he talked publicly, he talked in parables. When he talked privately, he told them what it was. So the disciples came to him privately, saying, tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming of the end of the age? They say world right here. And Jesus answered and said to them, take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying I'm Christ, and shall deceive many. First thing out of his mouth. So when you see people in the comment section going against that, that is an antichrist. When they try to look for other scriptures to counteract it or go over to Paul or something like that, those are antichrist, because they're going against what Jesus just said. So anything comes after that, they call themselves a Christian, but they don't defer to Jesus, but they'll defer to Paul or they'll defer to Luke or something like that, but they don't want to defer to what Jesus said. That's the definite by definition an Antichrist. Because ain't the whole point of all of that is you're supposed to be a follower of Jesus. That's why you call yourself a Christian, called Christ-like. So you don't put anybody in front of Jesus, but a lot of them do. A lot of them do. A lot of them do because they understand that Jesus was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and they are Gentiles. So a lot of them, that's why they love Paul, because they believe they're Gentiles. They only believe they're Gentiles because they don't know who they are. That's why they call the lost sheep. The lost sheep of the house of Israel. They walking around thinking they heathens, calling themselves black. I don't believe in nothing. And things like that. I can do it, adopting a Luciferian doctrine and like the thelema and don't know what it is. Do what thy wilt. A lot of them are adhering to that. Do what thy wilt it's a book on that. You can actually be able to do anything I want to do. That's a satanic religion. That's the basis of their religion. It's the basis. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, you're going to just do whatever you want to do without consequence? Is that what you think? All right. So, because a lot of them, they want to get rid of a judgment day, because if there's no judgment day, then there's no consequence. Well, see, we live in an age where people don't want to take accountability for nothing. And it's really infecting the minds of our women. It's really affecting the mind. Men have to be accountable. The world makes us accountable. But women, they can get away without being accountable. And I'm amazed at how so many of them share this same quality of lack of accountability. It's like a spirit is taking over in the West. It's amazing. It's definitely some sort of spirit. You can't even take accountability for your own actions and own conduct. You always got to be a victim or blame somebody else for decisions that you made. That's crazy. That's crazy. But anyway, so right here we can see, all right, that the first person we got to look out for is Christians. And I think if you go to Matthew, I think it's what Matthew, Matthew, is it 7:22? Wait, what is it? Not everyone saying, Lord, Lord. I think it's Matthew, 7. Yeah, there it is right here. Matthew 7:22. That's what it was. I wasn't sure. Right here, 7:21 through 23. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. It don't say the will of Jesus. It don't say the will of Jesus. He always deferred to his heavenly Father. But y'all creating blasphemy by trying to make him into God. And we're going to talk about St. John's chapter 10, where he gets into that discussion where they start asking him if he was God. Then he said he agreed with them, but he said, is it not written in your law? I say, you are gods too. He was talking about God in the sense that, yes, I am a God, but I'm not the creator of the boundless universe. And using this masculine form of father, okay, is just one aspect of source. Source has a masculine and feminine aspect to it. And that's why they say Father God, Mother Nature. Those are just different ways of saying masculine and feminine that is both contained at source. Because they're different aspects that need each other. One can't operate without the other. It's just food. When they get into these discussions about what is dominant, masculine, or feminine, that's just those are the primitives who do that. Those are primitive people. They still dealing with sticks and rocks and shit, but it's only in a religious context when you're dealing with people who think like that. They're not advanced at all, because the first step in advancing, you got to humble yourself. And they want to play this dominance of one over the other, and it's not. There's active and passive principles. It's no different than a positive pole on a battery and a negative pole on a battery. They need each other to have the battery. They both two sides of a pole of a battery. One has one job. What messes the battery up is when the negative pole starts thinking it's positive and the positive pole starts thinking it's negative. Put the jumper cables on the wrong poles and see what happens. Put the jumper cables on the wrong poles and see what happens. What Melchizedek order? Because you're coming in Hebrews right now, I think chapter 9, where they talk about that Jesus was a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek, but I didn't see no explanation of anything. I really don't see no explanation in the Bible of anything about Melchizedek. You do understand what Melchizedek means, right? The word Malach means messenger, messenger of justice. The word Malachi, like the book of Malachi. So when you say Melchizedek, Melchizedek is actually a seat. It's a priest. It's a priesthood. Not everyone, see what, that's all I seen, bro. He told Satan, Luke, see that right now, they search for scriptures to counteract what I'm saying right now. But let's look at it. He said, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. Many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? We got a lot of people doing that. A lot of people doing that, men and women, calling themselves prophet this and prophetess this. Do we not prophesy in your name? And in your name drive out demons? And in your name perform many miracles? This is people talking about they did it in the name of Jesus. Then I will tell them plainly, I never knew you. Get away from me, you evildoers. Now, I don't understand that. These are the people, you see them doing this today, and right now in your Bible, they called evildoers. Now, we're reading right now straight from the book. I know there are going to be people that are going to hunt for things to counteract this, and that's why they are called antichrists. Luke, like somebody was just quoting, Luke is the only person that wasn't a disciple. He was not divinely inspired. He just said, what is it, Luke? We go to the book of Luke. Let's look at the book of Luke. Let's see if I can get the KJV. I know everybody like the KJV. All right, so this right here in the first chapter, this is y'all boy Luke now. Now y'all claim this entire book is divinely inspired, which there's only a few books in it that could fit that description because epistles are not divinely inspired. Those are letters. But anyway, it says, many have undertaken to draw up on account of the things that have been fulfilled among us, just as they were handed down to us from those who were first eyewitnesses and services of the word. So right now he's claiming that everything they got was handed down to them from the people who actually saw it. He wasn't there. He wasn't an eyewitness. He didn't see anything. This was handed down to him. And he says, with this in mind, since I myself have carefully investigated everything from the beginning, I too decided to write an orderly account for you, most excellent Theophilus. Now, does this sound like anybody who's divinely inspired? I'll wait. Let me get into the chat right now. Is this, yes or no, someone, based off his statement, is that something divinely inspired? Let's take this step by step, because these people will start trying to make something up. So right now, reading this as it is this divinely inspired? He just said some information was passed down to him. He investigated it and decided, when inspired, decided to write onto you. Let's use the common sense that God gave us. Somebody tell you to read other books and all kind of stuff. And somebody says his father's name ain't God. You don't know God's name. Nobody knows the name of God. So you don't know what it is. You can't say, if you don't know what it is, you can't say what it's not. So do you know what it is? Tell everybody in the chat what it is. What's God's name? So you can look foolish. Because you're gonna look foolish just by making the attempt. You're gonna look foolish. Isaac L, $2. I sent the wrong scripture, bro. My bad, no problem. All right, so right here. Okay, you got right here, we took care of that. Let's get back to Genesis real quick. So right here, it says, and the eyes of both of them opened, and they knew they were naked, and sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of Elohim, Lord Elohim, Yahweh Elohim, walking in the garden in the cool. That's one who is of the Elohim is really what it's saying. Oh, he who is of the Elohim. So, and they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves in the presence of Lord or Yahweh Elohim in the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him, where art thou? Now, this is supposed to be an all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-present being asking that they're going to give you an explanation that he was testing them. But does an all-knowing God have to test you? It says like in Deuteronomy that God or Elohim has to test you to see what's in your heart. Doesn't God already know what's in your heart? Didn't God already know when he created me whether or not I was going to go to heaven or hell? If you answer no to any of those things, then God is not all-knowing. So he's talking about I'm omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. And we're talking about those three qualities. There is no need to test anyone. So he asked Adam, where are you? And he said, I heard that voice in the garden and I was afraid because I was naked and I hid myself. And he said, who told you were naked? Okay, there go another one. Doesn't God already know he's going to lie not? Have thou eaten of the tree wherever I commanded thee shall not eat? Didn't God know he was, whether when he created him, that he was going to come and eat from the tree? Didn't God already know these things? Have thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee, thou shouldest not eat? And then the man said, the woman who y'all gave me, she gave me of the tree and I did eat. This is where the punk gene came into mankind right here. The man was the first one, if we go off this, that lacked accountability because he put all of it on the woman. He put it on the woman. He put it on the woman. The woman you gave me, man, she told me to eat up and I ate, hey, man, you gave me her. You gave me. And the Lord God said to the serpent, he said, wait a minute, okay, so then he go to the woman. And the Lord God said unto the woman, what's this thou hast done? Another question. Look at all these questions. So far, let's look at this all-knowing being. Let's run down the questions. Where are you? Who told you that? Have you eaten what I told you not to eat? What have you done? This is coming from an all-knowing being. I'm trying to crack a spell. You under spell. I'm not trying to say there's no God. I'm not saying any of those things. I'm trying to bring you out of the confines of religion and look at this with open eyes and stop basing everything on these interpretations of men that these men have given you. Because really this is just like a historical document that's been watered down, and the confusion has come is from the translation and the transliteration of the document, because there are older documents that give a much more in-depth story of what was going on right here that predate this written in stone, called cuneiform tablets. The 7 tablets of creation get into this story. But first, you got to be able to pick this apart and start looking at it and stop being afraid, because the first thing that they do is they instill in you that you can't question it. You can't question the word. Like, what? They put that fear in your chest. which is probably the deadliest poison that they can utilize. But once you get rid of that, they start trying to give you alternative explanations for things or get you not to lean on your own understanding or your own perceptions of things. One of the best lessons that you can do, that you can ever carry with you, is the person that you're listening to might not be as intelligent. He may not be as intelligent as you are. You may be listening to a person who you are more intelligent than, is my point. You got to always keep that in mind. You got to always, they try to sit here and give you an explanation and you listen like, what? like these, like, you know, I'm listening. You're one of those binary people. You believe in male and female. And I'm sitting there listening to their argument and I'm amazed at anyone else who could listen to them and then agree with them and buy into their philosophy. I'm like, what kind of intelligence? These are the people. Either they're not intelligent or they're a devil. If they're doing it unintentionally, they're not very intelligent. If they're doing it intentionally, they're a devil. Either way, it's a bad thing. You got to get to the truth. It says, and the Lord God said unto the woman, what is it thou hast done? And the woman said, the serpent beguiled me and I did eat. Well, the serpent would have never tricked you if you just would have did what the fuck I told you to do. Okay? All right, but she had to go listen to someone else. However, did the serpent lie? So God is upset about some things right here. He said, the Lord God said unto the serpent of the Nakash, because thou have done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above all beasts of the field. Up on thy belly shall thou go, and dust shall thou eat all the days of thy life. Now, I don't understand if God is like, say, I'm going to take your legs away and put you on your belly. Or, you know, it just seemed like he talking about him. You just a snake. You know, he cursing him out. He said, man, you is the lowest of the low. You a snake. You just eat dirt. You just get it. He cursing him out. And he said, I'm going to put hatred. This is what enmity, this is Elohim talking now. I will put hatred between the woman and between thy seed, Nesala, and her seed. So right here, this serpent has a seed, offspring, because that's what that means, seed, offspring, and the human being offspring. So this God or this Elohim is going to, that's what enmity means, hatred. I'm going to put hatred between you and this woman's seed. And it shall bruise thy head, and I shall bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. So I don't know what the women is getting upset about. Talking about, you know, we in the patriarchy, because right here we just had a decree that men shall rule over you. This is what I say. Now, we're just reading this now. Don't get mad. I'm just reading it. And your desire going to be for your husband. So I don't know where this I don't need a man came from. Because we all men know that's a lie. When you say that, that's just a damn lie. That's a damn lie. That's a declaration coming from a place of hurt. And all men know it. When you say you don't need a man. Every time you hear a woman say that, you should be able to say a man should just tell you, somebody should just pop out from somewhere and say, who hurt you? And unto Adam he said, because I have hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, you listen to this woman. Hey man, I'm going to tell you something. I think there is something, I've heard a couple of guys on the internet say this. Every time, I think there is something wrong with listening to a woman. And let me explain what I mean. I think we are supposed to be the protectors and the providers and leaders, but every time, like my car got stolen, right? One of my Hellcats got stolen. Now, I always go everywhere where I valet park my car. But I was meeting this woman in Addison in Dallas, and it was a very nice area. It was white, all white people. And it was real crowded parking lot. It was at night. And she said there's a parking lot open, but the parking lot was toward the back of the building. I never parked my car like that. Never, ever have I parked my car. But she's going to park your car. And I listened to her. And I came back out against my better judgment, and came back out. My car was gone. Now, that's just one example. Now, I'm not saying that the woman is going to always give you bad advice. What I'm saying is the ultimate decision should always rest to the man, and he should evaluate the information that his woman is giving him. He should always evaluate it, because sometimes she's going to give you some good advice, because they emotional and they're able to perceive things that we're not able to perceive. Like, I really believe that it's good to take a woman sometimes in a meeting with you, and she sit by quietly, and then we leave. I ask her, hey, what'd you peep in that meeting? We was just in that meeting. She could tell me, yeah, this dude over, don't trust that guy. He already looking at me like he want to try to fuck me or something like that. She started telling me and everything, giving me insight on some stuff, or no, I don't trust this dude right here. Or, yeah, I think he was pretty cool. I think that, something, she going off his vibe, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes, you can listen to that, and then, okay, my woman feel pretty good about it. I felt pretty good about it too. So, I'm gonna make the decision. I'm gonna roll with it. Or my woman, she feel good about it, but I don't feel good about it. I'm maybe not gonna take her counsel this time. And you might could end up wrong. Because, hey, sometimes we end up wrong when, like especially any hustle. How many times you done hustled and you about to get up and go do some dirt, and your woman say, don't leave. I don't feel good about you leaving. And that was the last time in 5 years that you saw your woman free on the street. And you got arrested and you was in prison. Next thing you know, you was in prison. And you in there telling the story, man, my girl told me not to leave. I'm just saying, Men have been poisoned with wrong info too. And that's why I said on both sides, because you can't make a good decision based off bad information. You have to have accurate information in order to make good decisions. And the only way you're going to know some information is accurate or not is if it's rooted in some sort of principle that you understand. That's why it's important for everybody to learn natural law principles first, and then learn learn laws. You're supposed to learn the divine laws first, and then study the man-made laws. That's the only way you can determine whether or not they're just too. You can't determine if a law is just if you don't know divine laws. Yeah, we're going to get onto that too, whether or not there was some additional people here. All right, so right now, so unto Adam, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow thou shalt eat it all the days of thy life. So here's God cussing them out. God is mad. God is angry. Isn't that a human quality? Are you seeing how this God who they're claiming is God in the book of Genesis, and because there's two creation stories, I want you to understand that anybody knows that anybody worth their salt in studying religious theology, you understand that there are two creation stories in Genesis. All right, so right here, this is different from the one, and let there be light. So right here, this being, this one who is of the Elohim, who's walking to the garden, asking them where they at, who told you that, what have you done, have you eaten from the tree I told you not to eat, asking all these questions. He has a lot of human-like qualities. This is why people anthropomorphize the creator of the boundless universe, meaning they made God in their image and after their likeness. They put God inside of his creation in a place called heaven, walking around with a billowing white robe, barefooted, looking down on everyone and trying to decide who he's going to bless and who he's not going to bless. This is why people don't like religion. This right here. And for that point, they're correct. That's why I'm doing this today, because they do have a point. And your concept of God is oppressive. But that doesn't mean that there's not right and wrong, or that there's not some divine rules we should be following. It's just that you can't justify it with your concept of God. You can only justify it when you understand the laws that God put in place. Now you can judge things. Sin means to go against the law. That's what sin means, to go against the law. Jesus talked about the law constantly. Matter of fact, let's look at it real quick. Let's go to Matthew 5. Matthew 5. Are y'all enjoying this today? Man, we got a lot of viewers in here. A lot of people. Let's go to Matthew chapter 5 real quick in the King James Version. Around 5:17. Okay. Let your light shine. Let's start at 16. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. He constantly made this distinction about his Father in heaven, not the one that was on earth. Think not that I have come to destroy the law or the prophets. I don't know where they got this thing. We're not under the law. We under grace right now. That's a Pauline doctrine. That's when you get into Corinthians, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, Romans, Thessalonians, all of those books, all of the books to the Gentiles, the Gentile nations. All right. And we got to talk about that too. But it goes on, it says, think not that I've come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. Whosoever there shall break one of these least commandments and teach men to do so. When you're teaching this grace doctrine, that's right here is that evilness of it, because you're teaching men to go against these laws, that the laws don't matter. We can eat pork. We can marry 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You don't have to be a virgin to get married. That's where all this comes from. It was a stage. They took the heathens and gave them a doctrine where they're not accountable to anything. They got grace. They forgiven for every sin that they make. They're not accountable for anything. They can keep sinning over and over and over again. Well, God, forget. I can do an OnlyFans account. God still loves me. There's no accountability. That's where it's rooted in, this doctrine that they've been taught. When they try to get rid of the law. And the Jews follow the law. That's why they ruling over everybody. Because those who serve on the higher rule on the lower. Those who observe the higher laws get to dictate laws to those who don't follow no law. That's an esoteric principle I just gave you. Those who serve on the higher rule on the lower. So you're going to have a people, anyone who's following the law is going to rule over you. So it says, for I shall say unto thee that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and the Pharisees, you shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. So right here, he tells you that, look, I'm not teaching people to go against the law. And if you're teaching anyone to go against the law, I don't understand where they get it from. They say, well, it wasn't time for the law to be to go away with. That's what Paul, no, that's not. Because when he sent out his disciples in Matthew 10:5, I want y'all to understand all this stuff I'm talking about. He says, he lists all his disciples right here from 2 to 5 to 2 to 4. And he says, these 12 Jesus sent forth, commanded them, go not in the way of the Gentiles and into any of the cities of the Samaritans, enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Jesus said a number of times, when he called that woman a dog, what did he call the woman? He called the woman a dog. He said, when he read the woman from Canaanite, woman called a dog. I forgot what chapter it was. What is it? Matthew 15. Okay. It's in Matthew chapter 15. He said so many different times. Right here. It says, Then Jesus went thence and departed into the coast of Tyre and Sidon. We know that Sidon is one of the 11 sons of Canaan, which means fortified. Sidon. So we're talking about the children of Canaan. So it's a Canaanite. It says, and behold, a woman of Canaan came out of the same coast and cried unto him, saying, have mercy on me, O Lord, thou son of David. My daughter is grievously vexed with a devil. But he answered her not a word. He didn't even answer her. First of all, she insulted him because she called him son of David. So she called him out of his name. She said, oh, son of David. He didn't even answer her when she called him the son of David. He didn't answer her. And his disciples came and besought him, saying, send her away. She cries after us. She came to us first. And why are they telling to send her away? I thought Jesus came to help everybody. The disciples understood it. But he answered her not a word. And it says, but he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. He told her, I'm not sent to you. I'm sent to who? The lost sheep of the house of Israel. Then came she and worshiped and said, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, it is not meet for me to take the children's bread and cast it to dogs. He didn't call the woman a dog. This is Jesus Christ. And she said, truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs which fall from the master's table. Then Jesus answered and said to her, O woman, great is thy faith. Be it unto thee as thy wilt. Now, this is what people say, well, Jesus healed her. He didn't say that. He said, be unto thee as thou wilt. Not God's will, not my will, thou wilt. Because your faith will make you whole. See, faith follows a natural law principle. It doesn't discriminate. She got the same access to the power that anybody else has. He's not denying that fact. She has God in her just like anybody else. Just because she's a Canaanite, in no kind of way is she not don't have access to this power. And he gives you a formula for this power. He's going to keep talking about it takes faith. Not blind faith. A faith based off of knowing. Like you can have faith that your car is going to crank up because you know you put gas in it. That kind of faith. Faith in divine laws. When you learn what the laws are, because the laws are immutable. They work with exactitude. They work the same way every time. And when you learn how they operate, that's how you master them. And that's how you begin to make nature bend to your will. The only way to defeat nature is to obey her. For those who understand that, you're going to advance. The only way to defeat nature is to obey her. The only way to make her bend to your will is to follow her laws. Somebody say he called her a bitch. Somebody say he called her a bitch. I ain't never heard that, but that was a good one. Okay, now let's look at what Anthony Eden just said. He says, be careful, Yusuf. Remember, the earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. They're using the laws of the Most High to create an adverse relationship to the Creator. No, they're not. No, they're not. They don't have no power. You're giving power to someone. There's only one power in the universe, and that's God. You're giving power to Satan. Only power Satan got is lies, deception, fear, and all that. It's powerless. Those are all illusions. Oh, nobody got no power over you. Everything that's happening to you, see, that right there is lack of accountability. Talking about it gave the hands and to somebody else. No, the world is going to shit because you are allowing it to. You're allowing it to. Because you refuse to use that with which was given to you, the gift that was given to you. Then you put in the blame game. That's what makes people apathetic. They want to sit back and wait for somebody to come save them. God gave that to them. They supposed to do all of that. But God gonna come and he gonna change everything. It's gonna be horses, flying horses coming out of heaven with trumpets behind them. And Jesus is gonna have a crown on his head with a sword. They're gonna be flying down out of heaven. And they're gonna bring in a new kingdom and they're gonna kill all the wicked people on the planet. See, this is what a lot of intelligent people can't buy into. When they look at your books and they see these graphics, and there's just something about it that is ridiculous. It's just something about it, the intelligence is telling them that. That's why you have to have somebody come and explain this in a certain kind of way. Because an intelligent person, like this sounds like some damn, Sesame Street type shit. It's fantasy. I saw more fantasy than I could stand when I was in the damn Vatican. There's so many damn pictures of fat baby angels and things flying around with wings on his back, all of it white, of course. And, this all these images, I can understand. And that's where the images came from. When Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel and, God, that's where all our modern day images are coming from. The word angel means messenger, and heaven just means sky. And in the New Testament, it's translated from the word Aranos, which is Orion, which is a constellation. So it says a messenger came out of the sky. And so, if he came out of the sky, he must have had wings on his back, because the only thing I know that can come out of the sky have wings. So I put some wings on her back. You see where I'm getting at? The truth of the matter is something did come out of the sky. What gets messed up is how they interpret that. Like when John looked into the future and he said, I saw a star hit the earth. Well, couldn't that be the exhaust of a rocket? But he interpreted it as it looked like a star hitting the earth. So the translation and the transliteration is where a lot of this stuff is coming from, that people are just like, man, I'm not getting with that. He said, I agree, but you're also quoting the Bible and all the stuff that we're supposed to do at the same time. So how can you take some of it literally and then say some of it's bullshit? I didn't say some of it, you're not listening. I said the transliteration and the interpretation is bullshit. I didn't say, and how can I say that? Based off my studies of natural law principles in the Egypt. See, I studied the Egyptians and the Sumerians. All right, where this stuff originated from. Remember in the beginning when I said, you don't have an original Bible. This all been plagiarized from something else. I'll say it, it's plagiarized. Abraham, this person they call Abram, he came out of Ur of Chaldees, which is modern day Iraq, which was Babylon at that time, Samaria, ancient Samaria. All right, he came out of that region. Now, when you go into that region, all those stories are in the region where he came from. So now it stands to reason I can understand. It wasn't nothing called a Hebrew. The word Ibri means to cross over. Okay, like Arab means to wander about. Those are not nations of people. There's no such thing as an Arab and a Hebrew. Those are descriptions of activities that people engaged in. There's no really such thing as Hebrew. It's really Chaldean, because that's the language he spoke. He came from Chaldea. And they gave him another name and called, when they seen him cross over the Tigris Euphrates, and called him Abram. Called him a Hebrew. Am I wrong? Am I wrong what I'm saying? Somebody said you some sold out to Team Red. I don't know what he's talking about, sold out to Team Red. Mine is the truth. And I would debate anybody in what I'm talking about right now. And you can't even really argue with me. Y'all, let me tell you something. The liberals, y'all got a plot. Y'all teaching that Gentile doctrine in all the churches. I done peeped out what you're doing. You teaching that doctrine in the churches, and you're the ones behind all of this. You teaching that doctrine in the churches because you want to teach a doctrine of dependency. Because the thing that you don't want, because to deny what I'm saying would mean you're denying the law of attraction, because everything that I'm talking about just leads to the law of attraction. Studying the seven, all of it. That's all of it. When you have the law of attraction is what makes you a God. That's what makes you a God, is the law of attraction. So if you're denying anything I'm saying, all is you're going against the law of attraction. And I've studied wealthy people, and every wealthy person I know uses the law of attraction. So the thing is, and what I see is there is a concentrated effort to denounce the law of attraction, especially by liberals, communists, socialists, Marxists, people in that, because y'all whole platform is victimhood, that you're a victim. It's victim. You got this dance between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie that the wealthy people are oppressing the poor people. That's the narrative that you got to keep going, because that's what's going to bring in your new world order, which is going to be, okay, the government comes in and takes over. You want the government to take over everything. You want to take things out of private hands and put it in the hands of government, and then there's going to be a certain group of people who are going to be in control of that government. And it starts at all the institutions. It starts with religion. It's in your universities. It's everywhere. It's in your media. It's in your music. It's everywhere. You're being attacked on all fronts. So me having this discussion right now is just one aspect of that. What am I saying that's wrong? What am I saying that's wrong? And if you've been instructed to keep your mouth shut, that is somebody from on high giving you some wise words. Hebrew is a language. Arabic is a language. It's a Jewish. I mean, they call it a language. I've just told you, where did Abraham come from? I mean, it's common sense. Where did Abraham come from? What language was Abraham speaking? The father of many nations. Where did he come from? He came from Chaldea. Chaldean. That's all Hebrew is, what you call it Hebrew. Look at the similarities of it. Really, Arabic and Hebrew are like cousins. I mean, come on now. Let's keep going. He said, different than Joel Osteen. Okay, well, if you want to say that. I kind of take that as a compliment. I take that as a compliment. I appreciate that. Joel Osteen is very good at what he does. I'm not a Christian preacher, but Joel Osteen is very good at what he does in teaching people about the power of, he puts it in, like I said, he puts it in a way that's palatable to his followers. I wouldn't talk like Joel Osteen talks, because he make reference to God, and that. But when you listen, when you understand the principles behind what he is saying, you can see the truth in what he's saying. But you wouldn't be able to see it, because I can see just by your comments, your spirit is filled with hate. You ain't even trying to sit here and learn nothing. You got a biased spirit. You just writing things in the comment section and calling me names and everything like that. What am I saying that's bothering you so much, where it's invoking this energy from you? If you don't like the energy I have, you can leave. It's not for you. See, the truth is going to attract those it's for. If it's not for you, leave. Just leave. That's what you should do. But you're not going to do that, because there's some truth I'm saying about it. But you feel like you got an alternative answer to it, and you just itching to be able to demonstrate how intelligent you are and show how wrong I am, which will never happen, because truth is truth. The truth is easy. All the other people come by and make it complex. This is easy. Everything I'm saying right here, I'm just reading and just talking about something easy. I haven't even really gone into the Anunnaki or anything like that. I'm just right now trying to get you to learn how to read and read something differently. and stop believing what people are telling you. Because I've been on the internet having discussions. I'm always invoking discussions about religion, about marriage, about, sex, about, just things like that all over the internet. And what is the morality behind what it is that you believe in? And what I see is the overwhelming majority of people, they have no morality. They don't study any of these books. Hell, that most of them barely even read. They don't study these books. Hell, even the Moors that talk all the time, I don't see them ever mention the Quran Circle 7. All they do is Noble Drew Ali's name around and say, what is your nationality? They have forgotten that they're a religious organization here to teach something, and they don't do it at all. At least not on social media. I don't know what they do in their temples. But they don't proselytize anything other than what is your nationality? As if that is their whole doctrine. Noble Drew Ali, the Quran Circle 7 is an excellent book. It's an excellent book. It's excellent. But when you read it, when you have those principles in your head, that's what makes the Quran. Let me see if I can give y'all an example of what I'm talking about. Let me pull up the Quran Circle 7 real quick. Let me see if I can give y'all an example of what I'm talking about. All right, so this is the Holy Quran on the Moorish Science Temple. All right, let's see. All right, yeah. So, all right, let's start right here. So this is Quran Circle 7. And I love this book. It says, so it's like chapter 1, the creation and fall of man. So there's that creation story. It says, time never was when man was not, which I agree in a certain capacity. Consciousness has always existed. That's a very deep statement, the very first thing that came out of it. It says, if life of man at any time began, a time would come when it would have to end. Great. The thoughts of Allah cannot be circumscribed. Look at that. You're talking about the ending. The thoughts of Allah cannot be circumscribed. No finite mind can comprehend things infinite. All finite things are subject unto change, as is correct. When you read the Kabbalion, it says the same thing. Only source is immutable, which means it doesn't change. Everything that emanates from source is in a constant state of flux. It's constantly changing. So when I'm reading this from the Quran Circle 7, because I understand the principles, I can read this and say, damn, I'm loving it. I'm loving the way it's not worded the same way. It's put in a way that's palatable to his people, but it's saying the same thing. But the loss comes when they start trying to say, well, our religion is right and yours is wrong. And if you tread this pathway, that's the only way that you're going to come into salvation. That's how you know that they have a myopic understanding of all of this. And I don't care if you're a sheikh, listen to me, I'm talking to you. Talking directly to you, I ain't talking to your followers. Because when you understand spiritual principles, you should be able to read anything. You should be able to read Zen Buddhism. You should be able to read the Upanishads. Because there's only one truth. There's not a whole bunch of truths. There's only one power. But that power exemplifies itself in many different forms. But the essence of it is all the same. And only a person who's learned can be able to perceive it. That's why they call the Kabbalion the key. The word ruhu means a wind. I don't know where that spirit, y'all interpret spirit as breath. But spirit is what animates. They call it breath because it's what animates, it gives life. It gives life. And the only evidence of life is mind. I don't know what you're talking about. You need to think on another level. The only thing that evidences life is mind. Because the only thing a spirit can engage in is thinking. That should be common sense. If you can't sit back and meditate on that, I mean, you're just not no deep thinker. I can't have a conversation with you if you can't understand. If you can't understand it, what other activity can a spirit engage in if there's no consciousness? I'm just saying. I'm just saying, all finite things will cease to be because there was a time when they were not. The bodies and the souls of men are finite things, and they will change, from the finite point of view. The time will come where they will be no more, but man himself is not the body nor the soul. He is a spirit and a part of our life, and I love that. He's absolutely right. Spirit is what animates everything. You can lose your soul. That's why in the book of Psalms, it said, he restoreth my soul. The 23rd Psalms. So you can lose. So I don't have to read this whole thing, but I can see an adept wrote this. I can read it and I can see, okay, an adept wrote this. He might have put his spin on it, but he understood basic principles and wrote it in a way. And that's what's beautiful about wisdom and comparative religious study. I'm trying to tell y'all, you start doing comparative religious study and you understand principles. See, when you don't have no key, y'all just read stuff and because it's in a different language or it's a different culture or something like that, you're just going to be biased toward, and you're not going to really understand what's going on. It's the key that's going to open your eyes. It's the key that's going to make you see the truth in all of this. It's the key that's going to pull you out of religion. But it's not going to have you dishonor the religions. That's when I look at people and they start dishonoring the religion. I said, you don't understand. You don't understand truth. You're not rooted in truth. If you were rooted in truth, you would never dishonor any religion. Yes, there are fallacies in it. Yes, there are contradictions in it. Yes, there are things off. But it is a pathway to truth. And you don't want to take that away from people. It's a pathway to the higher levels. It's a doorway that you can walk into. People were born into these different belief systems. Let them tread that path. The only problem is going to come is once they become stagnant and they refuse to grow. And they get into this routine where they only go to church on Sunday and they don't never open up a Bible, but they just listen to what their pastor say every Sunday. He'll read 2 verses out the Bible and they keep it moving. That's where the problem comes in when they become stagnant. There's nothing wrong with the religion. They have to keep growing in their religion. But you have that same thing happening in everything. You got it happening in the Moorish Science Temple. They still talking about Noble Drew Ali. The man been dead 100 years. They still like they worship this man. And that right there is preventing another Noble Drew Ali from stepping forward. At least I like this guy, Rizza, who he's in the Nation of Islam, because I look at him, the reason I like that brother so much, because he sees that Farrakhan is about to pass away, and he's positioning himself to take his place. And I think he'll make a very good replacement. Somebody ready to take the reins. Where is that in the Moorish Science Temple? I will face Taj Tariq Bey. I hope you do know he was on high frequency radio for 2 years. I know Taj Tariq Bey. And I don't agree with everything Taj Tariq Bey say. He already know that. But I agree with a lot of things he do say. Taj Tariq Bey is very intelligent. But you're not going to pit me against anyone. You could keep all that demon shit to yourself. The man was on high frequency. Don't you go on SBC University? Moabite Oasis? You don't know that? Been on, man. I've been knowing Taj Tariq Bey forever. He's a good man. I don't have anything against him. We might have some differences in doctrine and philosophy, but that's that demon shit when you start talking about you won't go against Taj Tariq Bey. I've been talking to this man forever. Well, okay, well, that's fine. Nothing lasts forever. He's telling me he left your ass. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. What about it? Everybody, a lot of people come and go. A man needs to go out and tread his own path. I never get mad at that. Somebody come in, I hope they go out and on their own and do their own thing. That's fantastic. Why you got so much vitriol in your comments? What you mad about? What is it I'm saying that you don't like? What am I saying that you don't like? You don't like what you don't like when I'm saying I'm calling you a God? That you need to be accountable, that you have a power in you, that the law of attraction, that you can manifest anything. You mad about that? Is that what you mad about? That I'm trying to get you to stop worshiping men and try to get you to understand that God is in you? Is that what you're mad about? I'm honestly, is that what you're mad about? What am I saying that you find so offensive? I just said the Quran Circle 7 is an excellent book. You know that y'all don't proselytize y'all religious message the way that you should. I don't give a fuck if you get mad about it. You do appear to only be concerned with nationality and worshiping Noble Drew Ali. I'm waiting, where's your doctrine at? Why is that not being discussed? I don't see it being discussed nowhere. That's a criticism. And I'm sitting here telling you that all of these books have truth in them once you understand the master key. Why are you mad about that? There's only one power in the universe. Does that make you mad? Or does it make you mad because I won't buy into, our nationality is the most important thing? When I read law every day and I don't see that. And please don't make me pull out my big guns, because I got some. I got some big motherfucking guns. I got some big guns. Trust me on that. I got some big fucking guns. And a debate. I got some big ones. Haymakers. I try to respect the different religious organizations. But if you ain't gonna disrespect me, especially talking shit to me in the comment section, nigga. Talking about who I won't face. Straight demon. Fuck out of here. Being a God is saying I am the ultimate one power of the universe. No, it's not. No, it's not. Being a God is saying that you have mastered yourself. There is not an esoteric school on planet Earth that will co-sign what Drew J just said. That's a person, and I want you to look at that. See, that's a person going off his own understanding. He can't give no source for that nowhere. He just made a statement. Oh, you're saying because based off of his understanding of the word God. That's why I said we got to address this word God first. Because when people hear that word, they automatically associate it with the definite article God or the supreme being in all the universe. And they started talking about stuff that's just of no import. They started talking about worship no man. You know that Constantine is the real meaning of Jesus. So what? I don't give a fuck. Listen. The real meaning of Jesus is insignificant. If Jesus is black or white is insignificant. These things don't matter. What matters is you understanding who you are. Okay? How many people out there have heard of Aesop's fables? Anybody? And Sesame Street, I'll use Sesame. Everybody's heard of Sesame Street. Sesame Street uses Big Bird, the Grouch, Hank and Ernie, or whatever they name, what the Muppets, or whatever they are, to teach values and principles to young children. Okay? That is how you should look at the Bible. There is no evidence that a Jesus ever existed. Hell, there's no evidence that the Israelites were enslaved to the Egyptians. Not in the Egyptian record keeping, it's not. Maybe in the Bible, but the Egyptians were the best record keepers on the planet. And a lot of things that they say happened in the Bible, we can't find nowhere in Egypt. But one thing we do know about Egypt is I just went over there and touched the pyramid and went inside the pyramid. The pyramids are real. The cuneiform tablets are real. We don't have any originals of this. And if we're going to start talking about the Quran Circle 7, we need to get into the Aquarian Gospels. Do you want to take it there? Pastor Dowling, who wrote the Aquarian Gospels, who is a Christian scientist, because that's their branch of the esoteric. You got the Kabbalah in Hebrew, you got the Sufi in Islam, and then you got Christian Science in the Christianity. They each all have their esoteric branch that they pull students from who are ready to elevate to the higher knowledge. Who created all things? We can create a planet. And see, here go Drew J. See his limited. Drew J. You are not the creator. How many times? You're not listening. No one, I said like multiple times, saying you're a God, there's something, you do understand the English language, right? You have the definite article, the God, and a God. True, the God created all things in existence out of the nothingness. You are God in the sense that anything you can conceive and believe you can achieve. Anything that is within your conception, that right there shows that you are not God because you are limited. You're limited in your ability to imagine things because you can only imagine things that have already been created. Because if I asked you to think of a color that doesn't exist, you wouldn't be able to do it. But there are colors. If I told you there are colors that exist that you've never seen, you wouldn't be able to imagine that because you can only imagine the colors that you have experienced. So that's why they make the statement. That's why you're limited. You're finite. You are not the God. You are a God in the sense that you can only create from what you conceptualize. And behind that conceptualization, you put a lot of faith and the understanding that because of vibrational frequencies go through all the phases, which is a solid, liquid, and gas, the mental, spiritual, and physical, that you can manifest whatever that you can conceive. And that by definition makes you a God. I mean, is that hard? Does that confuse people? I mean, that should be pretty simple. I don't understand what is complex about that. You know what I'm doing? Let me tell everybody what I'm doing. I'm gonna tell everybody what I'm doing because it seems like I'm pissing some people off. Because this is the Natural Law Hour. This is a book called The Kabbalion. This is a book called The Kabbalion. The Kabbalion comes out of, it is the Hermetic philosophy of ancient Egypt and Greece by the three initiatives. Now, I'm going to tell you what the Kabbalion is. The Kabbalion is a book that they have principles. The principles are just these little things like here, like the lips of wisdom are closed except to the ears of understanding. That is the Kabbalion. Everything else that comes after that are these three initiates giving their explanation of what that maxim is. So it's a group of maxims. Once you understand those maxims, they're like universal principles. They were coming out of Egypt because Tahuti or Thoth is where all of these religions came from. People were in the schools, the esoteric schools in Egypt, and they migrated all over the world and opened their own schools. And these schools have morphed into different forms. And how you see the evidence of that is when you look into them and you see these principles in them. That is the only thing that I'm trying to explain to you, brother. I'm not trying to insult anybody's religion or anything like that. I'm actually trying to get people to respect each other's religion. And if you got a problem with that, yeah, I got to look at you as some kind of devil. I got to look at you as some kind of devil. You're a demon. I'm looking at some of these explanations. I'm trying to see if y'all get it. They won't get it, family. You're wasting your breath on these low vibrate. You know you are, man. They low vibrate. Well, it's not that. It's a lot of them are just trolls that are sent over here. Probably Juan Galton and some of his people. They just trolling over here because they don't like me. And, you just got to keep going. But it's okay because it's kind of like being a fan too. And then they get out and then they start promoting you because they talk negatively about you. And there's a law of polarity. And when they come to see me, I reverse that negative polarity into a positive one. So in the end, they kind of work for you. They kind of like that's why, because they really were interested in something, they would be off. If they had a different philosophy, they would be off following that, not over here, and then with me. But anyway, let's look at this. But they know what I'm saying. It's interesting, though. It's interesting. So that's why they can't leave. So let's look at this right here. It's a study of the Hermetic philosophy of ancient Greece and Egypt, or Egypt and Greece. All right, and right here you can see the Yogi Publication Society, Masonic Temple, Chicago, Illinois. So the Masons know. I don't know what degree they find out a lot of this stuff, but they understand it. You also find this in the Rosicrucian Temple. I got a book called The Science of Love, and in the back of that, it lists all of these principles coming out of the Kabbalion. So I can safely assume, even though I'm not a member of the Rosicrucian Order or the Masonic Order, but most of the orders that I have been affiliated with, some of their information, they all follow these same principles, which are why they rule in society. Because, probably every judge is a Mason or something like that. All your politicians, they in Skull and Bones and all, they all learn all of this stuff, which is why they rule. And that's why you have people in the comments section calling them evil and demons and waiting for something to drop out the sky to remove them. And then when God sends them a tow line and try to say, look, you got to empower yourself, bring yourself up to their level to break it an equal playing field, they don't want to do it because they don't have any accountability. They don't believe in themselves. They want to worship. Anyway, let's get into this. All right, right here. So this right here, when I'm teaching you, and like when I just went from the Bible over to the Quran, Circle 7, okay, I'm looking at these principles, mental transmutation, the divine paradox, the all in all. The all in all is such a beautiful description of God. This is probably the best description of God I've ever heard. This is the script. Now, they don't call God God in here. They call God the all, which Christians, you do it too, because you call God what? Omnipotent, or omni means all, powerful, omniscient, all knowing, and omnipresent, all present. All right, so he's the all in all. So in this book too, they say the same thing, only call God the all. The all. So this right here, while all is in the all, it is equally true that all is in all. To him who truly understands this, truth has come great knowledge. So right here, if you can understand that God is, you're in the mind of God, but God is in you also. Because you cannot add to the all, because where would you get it from? And you cannot take from the all, because where would you put it? Because if you could do either of those things, the all would not be the all. So that means there's only one power, because there's no force outside the all that can work change against the all, because all is contained in the all. So there's only one power in the universe. So there ain't no devil taking control over nothing. The only thing devil took control of is your belief system. That's all he took control of, is what you believe. So right here, I think, where is it at? I mean, this thing is beautiful too. This is beautiful. And this thing is beautiful right here, such as the Hermetic teachings concerning the mental creation. The Hermetic teachings concerning the process of mental creation of the universe are that at the beginning of the creative cycle, the all in its aspect of being projects its will toward its aspect of becoming. And that right there is the masculine and feminine working in it. And when you read this thing, because this is really like high level information, and you get it down, now you can go and look at you have to understand, you have to believe this, and a lot of people don't. They don't believe that their religion has a foundation in Egypt. That's going to be a barrier that they're going to have to get past too. None of them believe that their religions have a foundation in Egypt or ancient Sumeria or anything like that. But once they can get past that barrier and give due respect where it should go to Thoth and Tahuti and the ancient esoteric schools, the mystery schools, and see what came out of those schools and how they went all over the world and took on different forms over time, then you'll see the truth. You'll start seeing the truth, and it'll be undeniable to you. It'll be undeniable. Nobody will have to come and teach you anything. Nobody will have to come and teach you anything. You'll be locked in on the path. Nobody have to tell you you're walking the right path. You'll be locked in on it, because you can look at the religions and you can see how they've been watered down, how they've been mistranslated and misinterpreted, how people obfuscate and then talk about things that are of no importance. What's important, and what should be important to everybody on this planet, is obtaining eternal life, which is mean that your consciousness will keep going without cessation. That you will be conscious. Spirit doesn't mean that you won't lose your identity. The only reason that you don't think that you've lived forever, like it says in the Quran, Circle 7, it wasn't a time you weren't not. Okay, well, how come you can't remember it? So the key to immortality has to be memory, to be able to remember all your lifetimes. If there was a time where I was not, why can't I remember? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? The word El means God. Why don't you just read generic term for a deity? All of it is the same, man. El, Elohim. You got to be an idiot if you can't see that. You can't see that Allah, Elo, Ilah, all the same. You can't see that. You can't see that just different dialects of each other. I mean, you should be able to use your common sense. Let's see. Remember. Exactly. Yusuf, did you take your booster shot, sir? Let me get this. Let me get you on up out of here. Let me get all these trolls up out of here so I can concentrate. Let me get y'all up out of here. All right. I don't know why the bays come at the L's. It's not about you, beloved. They don't like truth. They don't like anything dealing with God, the spirit of truth. They don't. They don't. And you can look at their comments as you take your booster shots today. That's a woke comment. You know, the woke people, they got a certain type of nasty humor. You know, their humor is that they try to attack, like if it's a woman, they try to attack your manhood. You know, they come to call you incel, or, you know, just try to, you know, it's something nasty. It's real, you know, it's real a nasty attack. They try to diminish you in some kind of way. Yet these are very people that claim that they're victims and things like that and want to go against bullying and all that kind of stuff. They call you names. You know, if you say you don't like a woman with a high body count, they start calling you, oh, you insecure. You know, just things like that. They're going to call you a name if you don't jive with the concepts, if you don't go with their belief that they should be able to do whatever they want to do. Which is basically, they all rooted in immorality. And if you ask them what their morality is, if it's to do whatever you want to do, they belong to a church. It's called a satanic church. The Thelema. It says frequency is key. There is only one creator, so there's only one correct pronunciation. You don't know what it is. They call it the Om. They say that the first vibration that came out of the nothingness was Om. It's called the Om principle. I use omnipotent, omniscient. You call them the all. It's called the Om. So I guess, is that what you're talking about, the Om? No, you can't call me Sam. Sam, I'm not Samael. I'm not those who poison El. You call me my name. My name is Yusuf. God shall increase. See how you try to get that off right there? Can I call you Sam? Like, I don't know what that means. Let me call you Uncle Sam. It says date in the tax bracket, so your ass itself. Okay, they sure won't say it. The use of dropping some knowledge of the brother speak his mind. I'm positive he has best intentions. Oh, yes, best intentions. It's the truth. What you mean best intentions? You should be able to hear. You should be able to hear my intention. You should be able to hear my intention because I'm speaking the truth. I'm telling you what it is. I'm telling you study the principles and study all the religions. What am I saying that's wrong? Only a lazy person would have a problem with that. Study the principles, study all the religions, and see do you not come to the same conclusion I arrived at. I've been doing this for 25 years. I ain't just started this yesterday. I've been walking this road a long time. I'm telling you, a person that's just been studying for a couple of years, they don't know what I'm talking about. They have no idea what I'm talking about. They have no idea what I'm talking about. The Masons do, because you go in their Masonic temples, you see that they got all the religions in a circle. Because they understand it too. They understand where they all derive from. That's why they use a lot of Egyptian symbols and things of that nature. They understand it. They understand it. But I'm trying to, that's bait. And you know what? All it proves, it says you should not give your, you should not, you say you don't, what it says? It says you don't give your, don't cast your pearls before swine. That actually comes from the Kabbalion. Don't cast your pearls before swine. As in by 6:7. Do not give that which is holy to dogs, nor cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample it under their feet and tear and rend you to pieces. So this is what you're seeing in the chat with some of these individuals. When you cast your pearls before them, they'll trample them under their feet. They ain't gonna try to take them. They start calling you names. Did you take your vaccination? Poor Yusuf. You know, just saying, trying to, in some kind of way, make themselves appear more intelligent by in some kind of way trying to diminish me in the comment section, but they only end up looking like fools because they can't get anybody to follow them. Because if you had the truth, you'd have people listening to you. Because the truth is like honey. People are drawn to it. People are drawn to the truth. So if you have the truth, you'd have a platform. And if you love the truth, you'd have a platform and you'd be dispensing it to the people. And you wouldn't be over here engaged in negative behavior. Because if you were a true man of God, you'd understand that any type of conduct that you engage in is negative, is just going to come back to you. It's just coming right back. It's just coming right back to you. You would know that. Somebody talking about dog. You say you good at other stuff, but you talking about dogma. Okay, so if I'm talking about dogma and religion, then you tell me what's real. I'm keep telling you that we're talking about natural laws. We're not talking about dog. Do you understand what a natural law is? Now hold on, I'm gonna concentrate on this guy, Baal. Baal, tell me what a natural law is. Do you adhere to natural laws? Let's ask that question first. And do you know what a natural law is? Natural laws are observable phenomena. They're truisms. They can be verified. Science operates off of them. So if you deem yourself to be a scientist, you should understand natural laws. So do you understand what a natural law is? I don't know. No, I don't know you're telling the truth. Right now, sir, to me, you seem extremely ignorant. That's how I'm looking at. That's what I know right now. You're not telling the truth. You seem like an ignorant person. Answer the question. What do you understand natural law? And if this is dogma, then tell me what is real. What's real? If what I'm saying from coming from Egypt is dogma, what is real? You tell me what the truth is. Y'all stand back for a second. Let me give him some room to tell everybody what book they need to go read or where they need to look to find something that's not dogma. So what is not dogma? He doesn't know. That's what I'm saying. He wants to sit here and engage me and start calling me names and try to boost yourself up. I don't talk about dogma, man. I know what dogma is. Everything I say has to be based off of some immutable law. And I'm telling you how to look at it, what to study so you can see it. Like you could take 3 people, a sheikh, a rabbi, and a preacher up on top of a building, and no matter what their beliefs is, I push them all off, gravity, they all gonna fall. That's a natural law. A natural law is not a respect of persons. It's not a respect of what you believe. It's not a respect of any of those things. So that's what you have to learn first. And if you don't know those, you're not qualified to say what dogma is. You're not even qualified. If I come back, you call something dogma and ask you what a natural law is, you don't know, then you just operate in ignorance. You're just a blind leading the blind. Because the only truth is something that doesn't change. And the only thing that doesn't change is God and God's laws. That's the only truth there can be. You can't have truth in something that changes. Now he's trying to patronize me. I really do respect Yusuf though, because it's the effort that he puts in to learn and teach you can't be perfect. Well, Drew J, I would venture to say is that you have a very myopic understanding and very limited intellect, sir. You don't seem to be very intelligent, especially those condescending comments and sarcastic comments that you're making. You're not even it's just not intelligent. It's not. The Constitution is your answer. Okay. All right. Well, you answered the question for me. I don't need to even talk to you no more. I says, come on, babe. He said the Constitution. Let me say, okay, so let's go back. Yeah, there is one creator, but it's not like, did you anthropomorphize that creator? Hold on, let me get back to this. Let's get back to this book of Genesis. Get back to Genesis real quick. So right here, so now we read right here where God said, well, this snake said that eyes were going to be open and they should be as Elohims. And right here, so let's get down to 3:22. After he get through cussing out Adam and Eve and cursing the snake out, he comes and said, and the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us. Let's stop right there. Would somebody tell me what that part right there means? If you were something called a man and you became something called one of us, didn't you change into something else? Is that a yes or a no? Didn't you change into something else? Behold, the man is become as one of us. Somebody ask the question, yes or no? Is this the same? But who is it? Didn't you change? Yes or no? I'm waiting for the chat. I ain't paying attention to them dumbass niggas in the chat. I'm waiting for y'all to answer. Yes or no? Did it change? Did something change in man? Y'all afraid to say? Is it not They're not afraid to say it. And the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us. Okay, now, I don't know how they're going to explain it. I don't know what type of creative, so-called intelligent way that they're going to try to explain this. You know, behold, the man has become as one of us. Now, they're going to tell you that's Jesus, the Holy Spirit. I don't know. They give you some ridiculous ass shit like in first, like in, what is it? What is it? 1 John 5:17, I think. They say three bear witness, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And these three are one, which ain't in no Bible prior to the 15th century. But right here, behold, the man has become as one of us to know good and evil. All right, so let's read that. For behold, the man has become as one of us to know good and evil. Let's look at the stake said. For God doth know that the day ye eat thereof, your eyes shall be open. You shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Look back down here. And the Lord God said, behold, the man has become as one of us to know good and evil. Back up here, 5, the snake. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, your eyes shall be open, and you shall be as gods, knowing good as evil. Back down here again. And the Lord God said, behold, the man has become as one of us to know good and evil. Where did the snake lie? I'll wait. I'm going to give all the trolls. I'm going to let y'all go first. Where did the snake, based off of this, don't be creative or anything like that, based off of what we just read, where did the snake lie? If God just confirmed out of his own mouth, word for word, what he said up here in 5. For God doth know that the day you eat thereof, your eyes shall be open, and you shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And then in 22, and the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us. We already know that God is a plural, Elohim. So, and the Yahweh Elohim said, God, behold, the man has become as one of us to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. All right, so right here is another tree. There's a tree of knowledge and a tree of everlasting life, which it was my understanding that Eve brought sin into the world and brought death into the world. All right, but that's not the interpretation I'm getting. I'm getting that man had to earn everlasting life by getting granted access to this tree, which these Elohim prevented him from accessing and putting them out of the garden. So man wasn't created to already with an immortal life already. He had to get access to this tree, which he was denied. Now, let's pause for a second. Am I reading something the wrong way? I'm not trying to come from no esoteric school of thought or anything. I'm doing basic reading. Am I reading something the wrong way? Hold on, let me see where I'm at. Am I reading something the wrong way? Okay, let's see what they say. That's what I want people to say. It don't matter what the trolls say. See, the trolls can say anything. The people gonna make, see, this is what people don't understand. And I try to tell this to a brother today. Adults are gonna make decisions for themselves, and everybody's responsible for their own soul. You can believe whatever you want to believe in the comment section. You don't know if you're right about anything. You just got your own belief of what you believe the truth is. Adult people, God gave them the ability to discern things for themselves. And that's what you allow them to do. But you got to be presented to them so they can make that decision. You ain't even presented none of this to these people. And it's right here in front of their face. They can read this and see. I don't see any place in here reading this where this serpent lied. This was the first thing that opened my mind up. when I'm like, they've been telling me over and over the serpent lied, I don't see nowhere. And you're gonna see people like the snake was not a snake, he was the Lord. Oh, wait a minute, where did it get in? It says, I just saw somebody give one of those explanations I hear all the time. It was talking about who the snake was, you know. Where it is, the snake told the truth. Snake venom is in Yusuf's blood. Okay, all right. So I see we got some people in the temple in here. I want y'all to answer me. Where, based off of this, they're gonna call me a devil. I don't even know why they mad at me. I got a snake venom in me. Based off, we got 465 people watching right now. All right, which I'm sure are all intelligent people. So forget all your, put all that, all your explanations to the side. Put all your, that you've been told. Based off of reading this right now, for God don't know that in the day thereof, then your eyes shall be open and you shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And then right now, down here, God confirming it. And God said, behold, the man has become one of us. The serpent said, you're going to be like him, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also the tree of life and eat and live forever. Okay, if I am reading this incorrectly, because the snakes is the dudes in the comment section. That's where the snakes are right now. I'm calling all of you out. Y'all devils. Because any person with basic common sense can see what I'm reading and I'm saying the truth. Like Boston Bay talking about half-truth radio. Oh, what? Well, half-truth radio, y'all put y'all channels down. You know, y'all make some rebuttals to what I'm saying. Make some rebuttals. All right, so let's see what Jesus said now. Let's see what Jesus said. Okay, let's go to John 10. Now this right here, after reading that was in the book of Genesis. Now we're going to jump over to John. Okay, and we're going to see right here his description of things. What Jesus, does Jesus confirm what was just said in the book of Genesis? Let's read it. And let's go to 10, 30, I think it is. Yeah, let's start at 20. Let's read this story. Let's start at 23. I'm going to start at 23. Because they say you're reading it out of context. So I'm going to try to back up as much as I can. It says, and Jesus walked in the temple in Solomon's porch. Then came the Jews around about him and said unto him, how long dost thou make us doubt? Thou be the Christ. Tell us plainly, are you the Christ? Jesus answered them, I told you, and you believe me not. The works that I do in my Father's name, they bear witness of me. But you believe me not because you are not of my sheep. As I said to you, that's the same thing going on in the chat room right now. You can tell who my real followers are and who not. Because the people who are my real followers have been hearing me say this for the last 7, 8 years. They hear under some other type of pretense. It's not because they are a follower of mine. But ye believe me not because you are not of my sheep, as I said unto you. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. And I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. You can't pluck them out of hand. When you know the truth, you can't be moved off the truth. Once you know the truth, you can't be moved. That's why when you experience something, that's why they don't like what I teach with the secure party and what's going on in the courts. Because once you go in that courtroom and experience it for yourself, it doesn't matter what these attorneys, all these videos, that's the reason this thing is growing so big and they can't stop it because people didn't experience the truth for themselves. And they know they lying to them. Like, man, why don't you stop? I was just in court. I see y'all hiding something. But you just tell, but it's people like this will tell you you didn't really see what you saw. You didn't really see that. And you got to be a weak, facile-minded individual to fall for it. You didn't really see what you think you saw. You just really think you saw it. You didn't really see it. So right here, he said, they will not be able, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. My Father which gave them to me is greater than all, and no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand. I and my Father are one. This is where they start saying that Jesus is God. Some of the people just loosely translate it. Jesus is God. It doesn't make any sense. He's the Son of God. He's God. He's asking God for help. He keep referring to God in heaven. I do the will of my Father, but somehow he's God. But he needs God to help him. Nobody's good but God. Don't call me good. Only call God good. But he's God. But you understand confusion. He said, I and my Father one. The Jews took up stones again to stone him, like the people in the comment section are doing. I'm sitting here saying that you are God, and they picking up digital stones and casting them at me. These are these same type of Pharisees and Sadducees that you are looking at in here. When Jesus came to them and told them the truth. He said, I'm just telling you the truth. This is the reaction you get because there are people who don't want you to know the truth. They are everywhere. There are demons and agents everywhere. Like it says in Revelations chapter 18:2, Babylon the great is fallen. It's going to habitation of devils. Devils are everywhere. They all on the internet. They're in everybody's chat. And they mad about what? Because I'm saying you're a God? How's that bad? Hell, that's why Eve ate the apple. She couldn't see how that was bad. It must be good. It's going to make me like Elohim? I want to be like Elohim. How is that bad? This is foundational information. Let's keep reading. Let's see what Jesus said. He said, the Jews took up stones again to stone him. Jesus answered them, and it's the same thing I've been saying to him. I keep saying the same thing. Listen to this. Many good works have I showed you from my Father. For which works do you stone me? I keep asking him, what have I said that's wrong? But they get mad about something. But man, what did I say that's wrong? I'm telling you there's truth in all the religions. Oh, you following some dogma. Well, what dogma? I'm telling you that it's based off principles. Natural law principles. And once you learn those principles, you can see the truth. That's the pathway to truth. And then you'll stop attacking. It'll stop all this religions fighting amongst each other. How is that bad? How is that evil? He's asking them the same thing. Many good works have I showed you from my Father. For which of these works do you stone me? The Jews answered him, saying, for a good work we stone thee not, but for blasphemy. And because thou being a man maketh thyself God. What was his response? Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law, I say ye are gods? If he called them gods unto whom the word God came, the scripture cannot be broken. He said, well, isn't it in your law your God? The law is the 5 books of Moses. It's just what we just got through reading. We just got through reading it. Look, the man has become as one of us. So what am I saying that's wrong? Why? Because it's half truth? Because your preacher won't show you this? Or he gave you some bullshit explanation? Ain't no half truth. You're either a God or you're not. Ain't no in between. Ain't no half truth. You're either all right or you're not right at all. Ain't no half truth. You're either all right or you're not right at all. Like you either do or you don't do. Ain't no such thing as try. Like I said in the Bible, he said, if you lukewarm, I'm going to spit you out of my mouth. Something that's either true or it's not. Talking about some half-truth. No fucking half-truth. That's that demon. A deceptive a deceiver deals in generalities. That's a maxim of law. A deceiver deals in generalities. Something is either all right or it's not right at all. It's either true or not true. You either do or don't do. Death wasn't a thing before them. Okay, I mean, you don't know that. Let's look at this right here. Were they the only people on the planet? Were they only people on the planet? Was Cain? Well, let's ask the next question. Were they the only people on the planet? Let's go right here. And let's start at 4:8. This Cain and Abel. And Cain talked with Abel, his brother, and it came to pass when they were in the field, that Cain, wait a minute, let's go back. Let's go back, because I think some of the people in the comments section need to hear this part right here about their spirit, about the spirit they possess. It says, and Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord, and Abel he also brought of the firstlings of the flock of the fat thereof, and the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering, giving his best. And Cain didn't give his best. But unto Cain and to his offering he had no respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. He's pissed off. And the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance falling? If thou doest well, shalt not thou be accepted? And if thou dost not well, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire, and shall rule over thee. These are your victims. These are your people. When I come with this message that they a god or a goddess, and they spit, and even I show it in their Bible, and they still spit on it because they want to be victims. They want to be in an inferior position. They want to maintain the belief that they need help from some outside force, or that there's nothing in existence at all to help them, and they own their own, and they can just do whatever it is that they want to do. They want to keep going into that. But it's something bad is bound to happen. But if they follow the law, one is cause and effect. I mean, if you do, every cause brings about an effect, and every effect has a cause. This is what gives order to the universe. This is why airplanes can fly. If you do the same thing every time, you will get the exact same thing. This is why they have something said the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different result is insanity, because that's not how the universe operates. It operates off the fact that if you do the same thing, you'll get the same thing. That's called a natural law. Cause and effect. So if you want a desired result, that's why you get mentors. Do what I do and you'll get what I get. So if you have someone showing you the way, you will get the same results they will get. Science follows this. All scientists know about cause and effect. So if you do well, you'll get well. But some of them don't want to hear that. No, these people are oppressing us. No, the world has been given into the hands of Satan, Yusuf. You're delusional. You got serpent blood in you. You the devil. These people are evil over here. They're attacking us. We need government to come and save us from them. I can't do it on my own. That's for them white people. That ain't for us. It's the white supremacy that we're under, Yusuf. I'm telling you. No, the answer is you need to claim your nationality, brother. That's the problem in the world today. Anything other than looking inward to who you, they don't care about none of. That's why they allow so many religions. They don't care about all of them. You can join any one of them as long as you don't do one thing. One thing only is the only thing they don't want you to do. They don't want you to ever start looking inward. That's the only place. They want you to not look in the most obvious place. Keep looking outside of yourself. Be a person that's unaccountable. Keep having blame. Keep having a victim mindset. This is the devil. That's the devil's workshop. The only way to defeat a God, there's only one way to defeat a God. There's only one way to defeat a God, and that is to make him believe he's not one. That's it. You have to be convinced that you're not one, that you don't have these powers. Isn't it about belief? Then what did Jesus say right here? Let's look at a couple of things Jesus said. Let's start with Mark 11. They claim to be Christians, so let's see if you're really Christians. You claim that's what you claim you are. You say you're Christians. I'm supposed to just I got the verse. Let me just. All right, so right here, 22. And Jesus answered them saying, have faith in God. How would I interpret that? How would I interpret have faith in God? I would have faith in God's laws. Having faith in God's laws is showing you having faith in God. When you understand how God's laws operate. I'm talking about the natural laws. I'm not talking about, when I say God's laws, I'm not talking about the 613 laws in Deuteronomy and Leviticus. I'm not talking about those laws. I'm talking about natural laws, the laws I just got through talking about, like cause and effect. I'm speaking as a scientist right now. So when you understand certain principles, you can have faith in them. So verily I say unto you that whosoever shall say unto this mountain, be thou removed and be thou cast into the sea, and shall not doubt it in his heart, but shall believe those things which he saith shall come to pass, and he shall have whatever he saith. How is this not the law of attraction? How is this not speaking thing into existence? Anything you can conceive and believe you can achieve. How is that not saying the same thing? Anything you can conceive and believe you can achieve. Anything you can hold in your mind's eye for an extended period of time will manifest. I challenge you right now. I'll give you a challenge. I want you to pick out the car that you want. I want y'all listening to me right now. I want you to pick out the car that you want. I've done this 100% successfully every time I want a new car. The first thing is you got to want the car badly. If you don't have the car, want the car badly, then you don't have the necessary energy and motion or emotion to man. You need the battery first. The battery is your desire to have it, is to have it. All right, so it has to be an overwhelming urge. You done picked it out. You cannot be wavering. The double-minded man can hope to receive nothing from the Lord. So you have to be on point. What is it that you want? All right, do you want the black Mercedes-Benz? All right, do you want electric? Do you want gas powered? What model? You want the E, S class? What do you want? Ask and it shall be given. All right. Once you have made a determination on what do you want, the next thing I want you to do is I want you to go to Mercedes-Benz every time you see one. Go on a date with a girl and just walk into the Mercedes-Benz dealership and look at cars. Test drive one. Feel the leather, because you need to know what it looks like so you can have a definite image in your mind. So you keep visiting it and you feel the leather, feel the new car smell, Take it out and test drive it and feel the smoothness when you turn in corners. And keep doing that. And one day there's going to be this feeling that's going to come over you is that I can get this car. And I guarantee you're going to have it shortly after that. In the process of doing it, you're going to start seeing cars. You're going to start seeing the car everywhere. That's letting you know it's being drawn to you. The universe is rearranging things, and it takes time to do it, to put it in your position. And it's going to come in the least way that you expect. Do not think how you're going to get it. The law of allow it to come to you. You don't know how it's going to come. It might be a present. You might get a big bonus or something. You might walk in the dealership and they got a new program. You don't know how it's going to come, but just allow it. And then once you start doing that, it's like a muscle. Your business works the same way. When you're doing business, at first, you don't know if you're going to make any money or not. Every business professional doesn't know where his next dollar is coming from the next day. This can end any day for me or any other businessman out there. We don't know. But our faith comes in the laws, one of them being cause and effect. If you market a certain way, you will get a certain result. There are guys you got to pay $50,000 to just get some ad copy. And because the certain words they use have a definite effect, and it is known every single time to make money. And they're going to charge you for it. Same thing in real estate. So that law of cause and effect is where people put their faith. Not in a check that I'm going to get every 2 weeks or every 1 week. We do put faith in something, but our security rests in understanding how natural law principles operate. If I keep doing something the same way, I'll keep getting the same amount of money. Do it like this, same amount of money keep coming. Same kind of money keep coming. But you got to get to the point that you find out what works. That's where the effort is going to come in. But if you just visualize it, I'm talking about being a God right now. I'm talking about this God. I'm gonna take time. I got to take time. I want y'all to read this. He said, how you teach SBC. Okay, first of all, you see he's illiterate because he said, how you teach SBC is stay in honor when SBC is a territorial jurisdiction. What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about? He's stupid. We do teach, you using corporations. It's in the public. It's public and private. Never mind. We'll talk about something else. It's public and private. Everything in the public is an artificial person. You don't know that? Anyway, let's get back. Let's get back. And what is you mad about what I teach anyway? Why are you over here? If you don't like what I teach, why are you here? Hold on, let me ask this person. If you don't like what I'm teaching, why are you here? Let's get an explanation. Drew J. If what I'm teaching is wrong, as it's in a territorial jurisdiction, and I'm standing on and all these things you like to use, why are you here? If you see so many contradictions in what I'm teaching, because I know I've stayed consistent since day one. Why are you here? No, I'm not trying to talk you down, man. I'm serious. I'm asking the question. Why are you here? It's a serious question, brother. I'm not being funny or anything. If you don't like the things I'm talking about, I'm ungodly, as you just said, I'm all these things. Why are you here? Why are you here? Because I don't frequent channels of people who I don't like, and I don't agree with what they're saying. I don't frequent their channel. So I don't, I let them be. So why are you here? You respect some of what I say. Oh, because you got halfway respect for me. Okay, well, you haven't said anything I respect yet. So the feeling is not mutual. I have no respect for you because I haven't seen anything. I'm taking everything that you say as disrespect. So he said, what is secure SBC? Now, this is just so you don't anything because it's called secure party. And in secure party, you have a creditor and a debtor. To have a creditor and a debtor, you have a contract, and contracts are adjudicated in equity. What you're saying don't even make no sense. What is superior, SPC, or equity? It don't even make any fucking sense. You don't even know what secure party. You just showed me that you don't even have a clue what SPC is. You don't have what SPC is. SPC is not a jurisdiction. It's not a jurisdiction. Equity is a jurisdiction. You're comparing apples and oranges. It's not a jurisdiction. Let's move on. So very true. That right there, I don't got nothing to say to you now. You just showed me you don't know nothing. So very true. I'm right now starting an online business, and I know nobody's going to come save me. I have to get money and currency to get the projects like human trafficking for survivors up and going. Okay, exactly. You got to take action behind it. The action is like your faith. It's like demonstrating your faith. Like you take, because you believe in what you're doing. And so you're moving toward it every day. You're moving toward it every day. Every person that has money uses this. Every person that has money uses this. I'm trying to tell you. I talk to everyone I've ever talked to. If they're standing on stage, they're going to mention it at some point or say something like that. But it's these demons in the chat. I just answered your question. I just said you was an idiot. You didn't hear me answer the question. This fool didn't even hear me answer the question. I just answered your question. SPC is not a jurisdiction. It ain't no superior. It's contracts are adjudicated in equity. Equity is fairness, impartiality, and even-handed dealing. And it comes from the church. It comes from God, actually. It comes from the ecclesiastical church. So, because all law is based off of God. That's why the judges got on robes and you swear to tell the truth to God and the Bible and all that. It all comes from God. So I don't know what you're talking about. It's superior. It's not superior. SPC is just a contract. XPC is just banking. It's just banking in a world where there is no money. There's no gold and silver. Use negotiable instruments. So it's a way to conduct business. So that's why we're talking about using a corporation, using a business. If you're engaged in business, you can engage in business. Nothing wrong with doing business. Nothing at all. You're trying to demonize business. That's probably why your ass is broke. I know you broke because dudes with money don't talk like how you talking. Dudes who got their shit together don't talk like how these dudes in the chat is talking. They don't. They don't have no time. They don't talk like that because they understand the laws. They don't talk like that. These guys are talking like guys that are mad about something. And you ought to listen to what I'm saying because what I'm saying will change your life. It'll change your life. But you don't want to hear what I'm saying. You mad about something. You mad, I didn't disagree with you in the past, done said something to you. You mad about that shit. It's in your chest. And it's just like what God was talking about right here that's why I said I was going to read this thing with Cain and Abel. I was going to read this thing of Cain and Abel to you, where he was talking to Cain. And he said, if you just do the right thing, he said, but sin lies at the gate because you got this hate in you. So sin lies at the gate for you because there's something about me you don't like. You don't like it. And I know what it is because I'm telling the truth. You don't like my confidence. You don't like my arrogance. You don't like my intelligence. You don't like the way that I can articulate things. You don't like the fact, hell, I look good. Shit. You don't like the fact I got money. You don't like the fact I wear jewelry on and everything. You don't like that shit. You like that nigga in what's that movie? What's that movie, y'all? That movie where dude was like, dude was like, I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. You know that movie? That hate ass nigga. What was that? What movie was that? I don't like it. I don't like that shit. Hey, man, as a mother, they mad about something. They like me. They just don't know nothing about me. Ain't never met me in person and don't know nothing about me. But they just don't like. That right there tell you that's a limited intellect as well because they dealing off emotion, some type of emotion. And, it probably it's really emotional. It's really emotional. But anyway, let's get back to, I want to finish talking about, I was gonna finish talking about this Cain and Abel thing. Let me get back. But one more thing. Let me show you one more thing about this thing where Jesus said, your faith and everything. And it was this kind come out through prayer and fasting. All right, yes, Matthew 17. I forgot what chapter it was. Matthew 17. All right, this is a real good too. This was when the disciples were trying to cast out a demon and they couldn't do it. And Jesus, he taught them something. It says, let's start at 14. This is real good too. And it says, and when they were come to the multitude, there came to him a certain man kneeling down before him and saying, Lord, have mercy on my son, for he is a lunatic. Something is affecting his mind. Something is affecting his mind. Like these parasites, they kind of like possessing you. They can affect your mind. I think parasites is what they're talking about a lot of times. These parasites in the body. Well, if you look at an evil spirit is a parasite. No, technically. But it says, Lord, have mercy on my son, for he's a lunatic and sorely vexed. For oftentimes he falleth into the fire and oftentimes into the water. And I brought him to thy disciples, and they could not cure him. Then Jesus answered and said, O faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer with you? Bring him hither to me. He's talking really to his disciples because they've been walking with him. He's been trying to tell him and teach him things the whole time. And Jesus rebuked the devil, and it departed out of him, and the child was cured from that very hour. Then came the disciples to Jesus apart and said, why could we not cast him out? And Jesus said unto them, I want all of you victim people and people who can't accomplish anything or do anything to listen. And Jesus said to them, because of your unbelief, like Yoda told Luke Skywalker and the Empire Strikes Back when he went to the Dagobah system on what was the name of that planet? I forgot the name of the planet, but you know, Yoda was teaching him, and he tried to lift the X-wing out of the marsh, and he couldn't do it. And Luke told him, he said, I don't believe it, and he said, that's why you fail. George Lucas and all them boys, they know the information too. What? I'm not supposed to believe that because a Muppet said it? Because Yoda said it, it got to be wrong. It's not true because it was in a movie and Yoda said it. When I'm seeing the same thing right here, and Jesus, he said, because of your unbelief, for verily I say unto you, if you have the faith of the grain of a mustard seed, you shall say unto this mountain, remove thee hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible for you. Didn't he just say nothing shall be impossible for you? The mountain represents anything in your life that seems insurmountable, that you don't know how you're going to accomplish it. I don't know how I'm going to get this loan for my business. I don't know how I got this criminal case on me. I'm going to get it off of me. I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills next month. It can mean any of those things. Elizabeth. Okay. I'm doing fine. How you doing, babe? I appreciate you. I had to make sure who was coming in. But it could be any problem in your life. A mountain. And he said, this is what Jesus said. He said, nothing shall be impossible for you. Now, let me ask you, is that or is that not a God? I want you to answer in the chat real quick. Is that or is that not a God when Jesus said, nothing shall be impossible for you? The only being that can do that is a person who is designated as a God. Yes or no? Nothing shall be impossible for you. Yes or no? Is that by definition of God? If nothing is impossible for you, nothing shall be impossible. He give you the formula. If you have the faith as a grain of a mustard seed, You shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible for you. And nothing shall be impossible for you. Is that or is that not a God? Somebody say, explain equity. Equity, I just told you, is fairness, impartiality, and even-handed dealing. And you're not dealing with statutes, you're dealing with contracts. Contracts are adjudicated in equity. That's why you do an administrative process. That's why you do a bill in equity. Everything in our process deals with equity. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I don't know what else you want. You have to invoke equity. You do a bill in equity. You do an administrative process. You have to have a stipulation between the parties. You have to have an agreement. Equity goes to the substance. It's not like procedure. So, do y'all see what I'm saying right now in your Bible? Okay. Did the snake, let me go back again after I'm showing you all of this. Did the snake lie to Eve? If, when you go all through this Bible and you're looking at the things that Jesus Christ say, let's look at something else he said. Let's look at something else he said. John 14:12. Verily I tell you, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing. You will do as I do. I'm the mentor. And they will do even greater things than these because I'm going to the Father. Verily I tell you, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing. If you believe, if you follow after Christ, follow his example, do what I do, the law of cause and effect, you will get what I get. That's what teaching is all about. Jesus was a teacher. All right, so once again, I'm going to ask you again, did the snake lie to Eve? If I'm looking at all these examples, and I got more, I can go into more of these if you want, because they don't never show y'all the gospels. They try to keep y'all in the books of the Gentiles, all right? They don't show you the gospels where Jesus is talking about all this power you got and how to utilize your power. Or they'll try to make some sort of distinction between the law of attraction or what they're actually teaching in the scripture. And that's what he was teaching. He's teaching about having a certain mindset. All right, you have to have a certain mindset. What else could it be? And somebody keeps saying Jesus is a fictional person. So what? That right there can show you that, you know what, when people, I just gave you the example of Sesame Street, the Muppets, Aesop's Fables. It's the principle that he's trying to teach you. So you're going to throw out the principle because Jesus wasn't a real person? When all these wealthy people have shown you, there's one being discussed right here. Man, I can see what they talking about when they say don't cast your pearls before swine. I can really begin to see. I know it's a lot of people getting what I'm saying, and I'm not going to let a few bad apples deter me from the message. But it's amazing to me that people don't get it. The reasoning that they use. So Jesus is not a real person. So what he said, I'm supposed to throw it out. You're not supposed to believe that. That's your reason and rationale. That's your reasoning. That's how you reason it. He said, somebody really drank all the fluoride today. Now look at this demon. Y'all look at these demons in the chat room. Let's read some of these demon responses in the chat room. Now notice, one thing I want you to notice, they don't in any kind of way try to challenge what you're saying. They just start calling you names. And we all know that anybody starts calling somebody a name is defeated intellectually. So these people are demonstrating publicly on my platform that they don't possess the requisite intelligence to engage me in any kind of discourse like this. So you have Kevin right here. Somebody really drank all the fluoride. No, sir, that would be you. Let's look at it. So we don't get to make no contract. They want to talk about subrogation. Let me get out of the way. Okay, let's talk about, and he wants to talk, let me kick you out because this is called the natural law hour. And since you're being disrespectful, I'm just going to ban you. Because see, you're going to get banned because I'm going to report you too. Because I'm sitting here talking about natural laws and you keep trying to talk about secure party and all that shit. So I'm going to ban you out of here. Let me ban you out. Let me ban this dude keep talking about Trump too. Let me ban you out of here too. Let me ban you out of here. And who else? Let me get, who the next person I got to get? And get all these trolls out of here. Okay. I'm not pressed. I'm not pressed about you being disrespectful. We talking about natural laws, fool. We're not talking about secure party. You didn't. Matter of fact, it's like you're a demon right now. So I gotta get you out of here. Get you out of here. I get a demon. We sitting here talking about natural laws, and you keep on being disrespectful, trying to engage me in a contract talking about equity. We're not talking about equity. We're talking about spiritual matters. I'm trying to help people. And right now, you all in the comment section talking about something that is not germane to the topic of discussion today. So you're a disrespectful motherfucker. Somebody needs to slap the shit out your ass. You can tell you ain't no time or nothing like that. So I'm reporting the channel, don't. Okay, let's go. So sweet. All right. So let me get back to what we were discussing. All right. So you can see right here. In Genesis, the topic of today's thing, all right, was, did the snake lie to Eve? The reason I put that title on this is because I hear all these, we in an era of victim mentality. Even when you use these processes, you have to have a certain mind state. Like when you go into creditors and their bonds, I'm gonna show you the principle again in what we are talking about. Another reason why I'm talking about all of this. If you go on to SPC University, go to PDF downloads, go to creditors and their bonds. If you look at this, what is right here, the first thing, and before you even engage in an administrative process, what's the first thing that's being discussed right here? The law of cause and effect. Every action generates a force of energy that returns to us in like kind. What we sow is what we reap. And when we choose actions that bring happiness and success to others, the fruit of our karma is happiness and success. 7 spiritual laws of Deepak, success, Deepak Chopra. Okay, here's the next one. The laws under which we live, notice they keep referencing law. This ain't a religion I'm talking about, but this is somebody that's recognizing the same laws. The laws under which we live operate to our advantage. All conditions and experiences that come to us are for our benefit. We gain strength in proportion to the effort expended. Our happiness is best attained through a conscious cooperation with natural laws. Remember what I said earlier, in order to defeat nature, you must obey her. You got to learn how to obey her laws. A conscious cooperation with natural laws, with constructive thought, intentional thought. You're intentionally engaging in positivity. These guys that are in the comment section, you know they're not of truth because they're not positive. Keep all negativity out of your space. The laws under which we live are designed solely for our advantage. The laws are immutable and cannot escape, and we cannot escape their operation. They're not a respecter of persons. Difficulties, disharmonies, and obstacles indicate that we are refusing to give up what we no longer need or refusing to accept what we require. All conditions and experiences that come to us do so for our benefit. Difficulties and obstacles will continue to come until we absorb their wisdom and gather from them the essentials of further growth. That we reap what we sow is mathematically exact. We gain permanent strength exactly to the extent of the effort required to overcome difficulties. The Bible ain't nothing but a science book on natural law principles and how to utilize them. Forget the characters. The characters are not what's important. The characters are what throw you off. You get so tied up into worshiping the character. You get so tied up into worshiping Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali, Jesus, Moses, Abraham, whatever. You so caught Buddha, Krishna. You so caught up in giving reverence to, that's why they tell you talking about worship engraving images. You get into worship engraving images instead of understanding what's being told to you. Right here, commit thy words to the Lord, and thy thoughts will be established. Proverbs 16:3. Let's look at this one right here. An elder Cherokee Native American was teaching his grandchildren about life. He said to them, "A fight is going on inside me. It is a terrible fight, and it is between two wolves. One wolf represents fear, anger, envy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego." I want y'all to look to the chat room. The other stands for joy, peace, love, hope, sharing, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, friendship, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, and faith. The same fight is going on inside of you and inside every other person too. They thought about this for a minute, and the one child asked the grandfather, "Which wolf will win?" The Cherokee simply replied, "The one you feed." That just simply means wherever you direct your attention to. Where your attention goes, it grows. So if you want to concentrate on the negativity will multiply in your life. If you want to concentrate on the positivity will multiply in your life. One of the keys of, in my opinion, of life and this trek through life, the challenge, the day-to-day challenge is to always think positive. I can't tell you the number of times I've lost something and I refuse to I'll catch myself. And then I say, calm down, it'll be okay. I know wherever it is, it'll show up. Shows up every time. Every time. It's amazing that power when you get control of yourself, when you start exercising that God force that is in you, and you don't doubt anything, but you engage in the positivity. It is amazing how many times you just do it for yourself. I'm telling you, man, you can listen to these guys in the chat all you want to. But everything, let me show you something else. Remember, that was creditors and their bonds. Let's look at dealing with presentments. Let's look at how this document starts off. How does this start off? Everything in life is a matter of perception. Our challenges are usually the result of ignoring what we are confronted with rather than endeavoring to discern how best to act with more adequate knowledge and understanding. We assume rather than know. Consequently, if we have any chance of succeeding vice versa presentment, we must first have some basic understanding of the system. And let me go down here. One cannot have peace with those who hold aggression in their hearts and are not interested in, I want you to look at the chat room. One cannot have peace with those who hold aggression in their hearts and are not interested in love, freedom, harmony, truth, or any other higher values of man that most revere and would cherish seeing established in the community of man. The state of the heart is what counts in this equation. As a man thinketh, so is he. Here goes all of it again. Good people are disarmed and advanced by the inability to comprehend the mentality of deliberate predators, what we're dealing with in the chat. Sometimes I see predators, I want to take them out because I follow that I kind of adhere to that thing in the 48 laws of power, destroy your enemy completely. And I'm aggressive like that. That's why you see me, I'll jump on them because I really want to go at them and destroy them. Just destroy them. I was like the dude who was talking about explain equity. I just want to just annihilate his ass. You know, I can say illiterate. And I don't want to just go at him. I'm like, this illiterate ass nigga. You know, I just want to annihilate him. Embarrass him. Just, you know, it's one of God. But that's the 48 laws of power. So we're going to keep it positive. Right down here. This is another good part too. It says, when it talks about this right here is beautiful right here. It says, as living, physical, biological, sentient beings, we are real. We exist as aspects of existence. The system, on the other hand, is an abstract creation of the mind. It is in the realm of words, symbols, ideas, laws, contracts, etc., where the circuit exists to which the currency flows in accordance with the rules of law and commerce. Manifesting, now listen to how he explains manifest existence. Manifest existence emerges in form and substance out of the nothingness of the unmanifest. Now in the Kabbalion, they call it the undifferentiated. Here he's calling it the unmanifest or the nothingness or the void or whatever, chaos, many different names for it. All creation, therefore, is derivative. The created is derived from the creator. Creator and created are different meta levels or logical types from each other. The eternal absolute would be God, has no finite properties. Remember, in the Quran, Circle 7, it says that the finite cannot circumscribe the infinite because the infinite don't have no finite properties. From any relative perspective, the absolute is neither cognizable nor perceivable. God is unknowable and undefinable, but people will still attempt to do it. He's going to explain that, and must be described in accordance with what it is not, such as the void, unbound, and changeless. While the unmanifest is changeless, manifest what we call the unchangeless. God doesn't change. He's the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. God does not change. My word will not come back to me void. There is no power that can operate, that can work change against God, because there is no power outside of God. They're just saying it in a different way. They call it the changeless. Manifest existence is endless, non-repeating, unique, and non-repeatable change. Anything that created changes. That's why they call it an illusion or Maya. Maya means illusionary. That's why Buddha was saying that everything is an illusion. It doesn't mean that it can't affect you. It just means it's not real. The only thing that is real is source, because it doesn't change. That's why you can manipulate your environment any way that you want to. It's malleable to your will. While the unmanifest is changeless, manifest existence is endless, non-repeating, unique, and non-repeatable change. It is not possible that any configuration of anything in creation is ever exactly the same as it ever was, ever will be, or will be a split fraction of a second later, or ever could be. As Heraclitus noted, no man can walk twice in the same river. Everything is process and pattern, energy and motion, in particular forms, orbits, paths, and circuities that are at every infinitesimal instant unique. Furthermore, the further removed manifest creation is from source, the more derivative and impotent it is. This was a very good point. The more physical you are, the more impotent you are. There's no power in the effect. The power is in the cause. So the closer you get to cause, the more powerful you become. Cause and effect. The mental is the causal. The physical is the effect. The universe is mental. The further removed manifest creation is from source, the more derivative and impotent it is. That which the mind, through sensory experience and all other relative processes, regards as physical reality, that is solid, real, and substantive, is actually the most illusory. Remember in the Matrix how Morpheus was explaining to Neo what is real? You think that's really air you're really breathing? The whole premise behind the Matrix is that the mind is what creates reality. They had everybody living in vats siphoning off their electric energy, but having them living in a mental construct. What is real? Do you see with your eyes or do you see with your mind? If the optic nerves gets damaged, vision is irreplaceable. Have you ever looked at one of those puzzles where you look at the puzzle and it just looks like a whole bunch of colors? And I keep staring at it and I say, keep staring at it and you go see a dog chasing a ball. And you just keep staring at it and keep staring at it. And then all of a sudden, the image of a dog chasing a ball pops out. Now, the question that you have to ask yourself, did the picture change or did your mind change? Your mind changed. Your mind reinterpreted it, what it was seeing. This is the exercise that some of the exercises you go through to gain the ability to look into the invisible world. It's your mind that is preventing you. Your ability to perceive, your perception is limited. There are states of existence that are outside of your perception. A dog whistle is an easy example. You can't hear it, but a dog can. So, the closer you get to the source, the more powerful you are. He gives examples. He said, like physical, he said, that which the mind through sensory experience and all other relative processes regards as physical reality, that is solid, real, and substantive, is actually the most illusory. The more subtle, insubstantial, and elusive the level of manifestation one accesses, the more real and potent it is, since it is less derivative and closer to the source. This can be illustrated by observing the history of science, perhaps most dramatically exemplified by the development of weapons. As man has gone from weaponry involving the gross physical, like clubs, spears, catapults, etc., to more subtle strata, such as the chemical level where gunpowder operates, towards the atomic and subatomic domains, atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb, toward the unmanifest field, the more energy is liberated. The more you get into this microscopic world, the more power. An atomic bomb is splitting an atom, and it can destroy a whole city. But you take a club and you can't do that. The closer you get to source, the more power is liberated. This is what they talk about all the people. Now, this is what all the people in the chat are mad at me about right here. Everybody in the chat who don't like what I'm saying, this is for you. This message is for you. Or who think, or who have this self-righteous attitude, you know your religion is the right religion, and what I'm saying is bullshit, or whatever. This message is for you. Although neither the absolute, i.e. God, nor the relative, the creation, is actually cognizable by the mind, that does not stop just about everyone from engaging in the popular game of thinking otherwise. The mind forms concepts about the source, God, none of which is either remotely a faithful map nor the territory that is purportedly mapping, as well as aspects of the relative. To satisfy the mind's need to know, man lives by the foolish idea that his conceptions of existence, whether the absolute or relative, are true, and that fixed pictures, patterns, or conclusions derived from some finite vantage point, largely through acquired experience and sensory perceptions, have captured the thing itself. This is as silly as taking progressive snapshots of the ocean and its waves and thereby thinking that one has cognized and captured the ocean, or speculated from outside the door what is inside a room in which one is not present, and living on the basis of one's speculations as if it were absolute. In other words, you looking in a room ain't never been in, and you speculating on what's inside of there, and you formed a whole religion based off of that. And you ain't never even been in the room. That's people in religion. They kill each other over it. They get mad. And you just tell them the truth. And you start casting your pearls before swine, and they start taking up stones to stone you. That same reaction is present today. The state of mind of man's development we call an ego-conscious state. This is your ego. This is what they talk about, the ego. Most men are trapped in their ego. what they believe is right, or what they think truth is, as opposed to what truth really is. And the only way to gauge that is you got to understand natural law. That's the only thing you can go. That has to be your baseline for everything. Natural laws. That's why there's so much division and so much confusion in everything in the world, because you've gotten away from God and his laws. And you think in some kind of way that I am deficient or something because of what I'm telling you. Like, that religion is some old played out stuff. It's archaic, Yusuf. A man made that up. That might be true, but in very intelligent men, very learned men, very perceptive men who studied natural laws. And it all began with the thrice great in Egypt with Tahuti. Yeah, when people hate you, it do like when people hate you, it like show you're doing something right. Because people don't mess with you when you're nobody. Brother Yusuf, you mentioned when you have perfect balancement in the body, you won't age. Do you know how to do that? If not, where can I find out how? Okay, well, I didn't say that. That came from Tahuti. That came from the emerald tablets of Thoth. Another thing that you got to stop doing is you got to stop saying, I said something. I'm a student in all of this too, as we all should be. I'm a student. I will always be a student. I always will be a student, because that should be your goal, is to every day get up and learn something new. But it comes from the emerald tablets of Thoth. And I think it's the keys of life and death. Let me see if I got it. Let me use this one right here. Let's see. Yeah, like the keys of life and death. Let me see. Keys of life and death right here. Tablet, what is that, 14? And right here, the key of life and death. Let's see. Let me get to it. All right. I'm gonna start up here. Listen, O man, while I tell you the secret revealed unto thee, the secret of old. Let me blow it up a little bit so y'all can see it. Listen, O man, while I tell you the secret revealed unto thee, the secret of old. Deep in earth's heart lies the flower, the source of the spirit that binds all in its form. Or know ye that earth is living in body as thou art alive in thy own formed form. The flower of life is as thine own place of spirit, and streams through the earth, as thine flows through thy form, giving of life to the earth and its children, renewing the spirit from form to form. This is the spirit that is the form of the body, shaping and molding its form. And we know that the body is composed of the earth. So that would make sense to me on a certain, intellectual level. Know ye, O man, that thy form is dual, balanced in polarity. They know these principles, polarity. While formed in its form, know that when fast on the death approaches, it is only because thy balance is shaken. It is only because one pole has been lost. Know that the secret of life in amenti is the secret of restoring the balance of poles. All that exists has form and is living because of the spirit of life in its poles. Positive, negative, masculine, feminine. Know ye not that in earth's heart is the balance of all things that exist and have been on its face. The source of thy spirit is drawn from earth's heart. For in thy form thou art one with the earth. When thou hast learned to hold thy own balance, then shalt thou draw on the balance of earth. Exist then shalt thou with earth in it is existing, changing in form only when earth too shall change. Tasting not of death, but one with this planet, holding thy form till all pass away. He says, as long as the planet Earth, you tied to the earth, and once you learn how to balance yourself, as long as the earth exists, you'll exist. The key is, do you want to live that long? Because I think sometimes that you could probably get bored being on this planet and want to move on to something else. And this is when we get into talk about the macabre and things like that. But so that's where you find it. You can study this. This is called the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I'll put this on my website. It's called the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. And to understand this, you got to understand the keys too, because he even have a chapter devoted to see the laws of cause and effect. 12. He talks about these principles all the time. The 7 lords, he talks about these principles. The key of time. Time is through movement. This was a very good one right here too. The key of time, but the key of above and below, as above, so below. That's correspondence. As above, so below. It's all over the place. The law of cause and effect is the key to prophecy. And think about this. The law of cause and effect is the key to prophecy. You can prophesize about something if you know the cause of something. You know how it's going to end. Because what? Every cause has an effect and every effect has a cause. So if you know the cause and effect of something, you can prophesy what's going to happen. So that's what he means, the law of cause and effect and the key of prophecy. It's simple. The truth is simple. Man, you read this stuff and it be so simple. The wisdom is so fucking beautiful when you possess wisdom. It's so beautiful. Yeah, I'll put the link. Oh, well, I want the link. Let me put the link in the chat for y'all. Y'all can download it. There it is right there. Download that. All right. I think we had a good, what do y'all think about today? I think it was a pretty good natural law hour. I know I probably pissed some people off. I didn't mean to piss you off, but my job is to speak the truth, though it be better to others. I speak the truth, though it be better to others. You might not like it or whatever, but you're not going to be able to deny it. That snake didn't lie to Eve. There's a reason why, like when you look in Egypt, you're looking at this serpent up here, and that's a vulture. That's a vulture and a serpent. It was really interesting. I didn't really get any explanation about the vulture. But the reason that this serpent was venerated is because it freed man. And you know, and get into it, and you see this serpent all over the place. The serpent power, the caduceus, all these different images, and you start to see, and you got to start to wonder if what you have been told is correct. That's all I'm trying to get y'all to do, is to open your eyes and start thinking for yourself. You claim to be sovereign individuals. Stop following what people are telling you and start investigating. Your spirit will tell you what's the truth and what's not the truth. Ain't no other person can tell you that. Can't nobody tell you what the truth is. Your spirit is going to tell you that. That's what intuition is. Intuition is the quick realization of truth. These fools, if they was in the chat, they would understand that. That's why I was telling somebody, they said, oh, you getting over on somebody. I said, look, that's not for you to make a determination. You don't have you're not intelligent and wise enough to understand that or say that. These are grown adults. Put some faith in the fact that their intuition will tell them what's true or not. Let God speak to them. He'll need you to speak to them. I'm not calling my sisters and brothers nothing. If they disrespect, I'm going to call them just like these did. They bitch-ass niggas. That don't mean I say that. I don't give a fuck what you think about that. If you going to act like a bitch, I'm going to call you a bitch. A bitch is a female dog. Fuck means to fornicate under carnal knowledge. And ass is a donkey. Would I say that Eve did us a favor by eating the fruit or not? I would say that's a good question, because the way the story went is that they were being groomed and it got interrupted. The problem with the serpent, or this Nakash, is he interrupted. They were being groomed for something and it got interrupted. So I can't say that it was a good thing, but they were giving the information later on, but I can't say it's a good thing because they were put in the garden. It was a garden in Eden. They were not the only people on the planet. If there were only people on the planet, Cain wouldn't be afraid that somebody was going to kill him when they put that mark on his head. He was afraid somebody's going to kill him. There were other people on the planet. So the garden in Eden they were keeping them in a confined place, these Elohim. They were grooming these children for a specific purpose. And it got interrupted. They got introduced into information they're not ready for. No different than when y'all let y'all children see pornography and they 12 and 13 years old or something like that. They get introduced to something before it's time. You can't teach a child the way it should go, and when he's old, he will not depart from it. You can't miss what you've never had. If you isolate children from certain bad type of behavior and things like that, it never comes into their space. It was grooming them for something. So that's kind of like how the story went. So it's kind of ambivalent thing. It was some sort of type of malevolence behind it, is what I'm trying to say. In my opinion, it was a malevolence behind it. But my point was the snake didn't lie, is what I'm saying. There was a malevolence behind the action, but the snake didn't lie. Somebody gonna tell the Book of Mormons, okay, so now we're gonna go to the Moroni. You talking about the ones that say that black people are cursed because we didn't fight in the war in heaven, and because we rode the fence, we were cast down to earth, and our skin is black and our lips are big because we were mad. That you want me to teach my people that doctrine? That's not happening. I'm gonna give everybody something to look at. That's not happening, bro. That's not happening. See, y'all trying to change the doctrine, though. The Mormons, y'all good business people. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all see this cartoon right here? Mormon cartoon? Y'all need to watch this right here. This right here. I think this is the extended version right here. The band Mormon cartoon. Right here. This right here. This is what you want me to teach my people. Oh, wait a minute. Where is that? Where is it at? It's Jesus. He before the council, and where is the whole cartoon, man? This might be it right here, the extended version. Yeah, right here. Let me show you right. Let me show. Okay, this is how Lucifer came in, and then where is it? Y'all gonna show how the black people became black? Our skin became black because where is it at? In here. Y'all watch this cartoon. Let me put this in the link. Then watch this cartoon. He want me to read something. The Mormons got the answer. They found the Book of Moroni on these 2 gold tablets with the angel. Was the angel Moroni? Is that what it is? Gave I read y'all's story and everything. I'm not gonna disrespect your religion because it had certain things in it, but I'm not going with this. My people are cursed. I'm not riding with that. Nah, man, you crazy. Y'all, nah, hell no. Not teaching my people any of that. The Kundalini serpent, I guess you could. It's like, why would we want to be pale and hurt under the sun? I mean, I'll get into that discussion on another day. I'm not here. But he just mentioned the Mormons got the answer. So I know I've studied y'all religion as well. And right here, I'm going to put it in the chat. That's an introduction. And Jehovah's Witnesses got this too. The Jehovah's Witnesses, y'all ain't absolved for anything. Y'all was racist too. Y'all was racist. Y'all was saying that black people were cursed too early on in the history of the organization. And y'all got the Masonic cross on all of y'all early watchtowers. Because what was the guy's name? Not Joseph Rutherford, but the other guy who discovered it. He was a Mason. He was a 30, and he predicted the end of the world based off of Giza, the pyramid. And Rutherford came in, y'all said he wasn't doing, what amazes me is you're going to tell the person who started the organization he was doing something wrong. I don't understand that. I understand that, I understand that, but you go and read some of the old watchtowers and the wakes, you see this, it's an interesting thing when you look at the similarity between the Seventh-day Adventists, the Jehovah's Witnesses, and the Mormons. They all have like some similar point of origin because you all do the same thing. You all go door to door, dress a certain way, kind of have this kind of cult-like type thing. Because I've been to a Mormon church. I got invited to a Mormon church. Very good. I went to a meeting and everything that y'all had at the service, and it was a very good experience too. I'm not going to knock you or anything like that. It was a very good experience I had with the Mormons, but you can't deny y'all was racist. Come on, man. Y'all not like black people. Hell, you go out to Hawaii. And y'all got Brigham Young. I didn't know y'all had a Brigham Young University out there. The people out there still kind of racist. Y'all don't do it in the States too much. But, you know what I'm saying? You go over and travel around a little bit. You'll see it. BYU. I ain't gonna say hook or crook. I don't think that they do anything hook or crook. Jehovah's Witnesses are good business people too. All of them are good. Like if you look at like the Seventh-day Adventists, they really big on education. All right. And like the Jehovah's Witnesses, they have some good, there's some good values that you can get from all those organizations. I was raised in the house of a Jehovah's Witness. So it was some very good things that I learned from being a Jehovah's Witness, not compared to what I learned later on, but they try to have good family values. You can't knock that. They go door to door. They try to honor, the Bible. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't agree with some of their interpretation. The New World Translation definitely been changed. I used to hear people say that when I was young. You said, y'all changed y'all Bible. As I got older and I read all this stuff, I'm like, damn, boy, they changed a lot of stuff. Y'all even took out stuff and references of wisdom as a she. Y'all took out that pronoun in the New World Translations. Y'all don't even want to identify the masculine and feminine principle. Ain't no way I can get with that. That is something I'm seeing that is violating universal principles. I'm seeing it, I'm like, wow, I didn't know it was that bad, that much change had taken place. I used to think it was a very good book, but I don't think like that. I don't think like that. Young Riley, how do we know the garden doesn't symbolize ignorance? Ignorance is bliss, and the story was about dealing with gnosis versus living forever in ignorance. Because it's been plagiarized from an earlier story and the 7 tablets of creation that's written in cuneiform tablets. So we go over here. Seven tablets of creation. You know about this? 7 tablets of creation. The 7 tablets of creation. The Atrahasis, the Enuma Elish, the Gilgamesh epics, the descent of Tammuz and Ishtar. All those books, when you start reading, they have a flood story, all that stuff. They have a creation story. They talk about the Garden of Eden. They have a garden in Eden. So, but it predates your books. And so you see where these books came from. But see, to get a person to that point, that's why I keep telling y'all to understand that Elohim, I'm letting you see that this Elohim in the garden, he's not the creator of the boundless universe. There is a creator of the boundless universe, but then in that second creation, that's somebody else asking Adam, where are you? Who told you this? Look, the man has become as one of us. When you start opening your eyes and then you read this and see the real story, you can see, okay, I see what they're hiding from us now. You begin to see things in a different light. It's not to say, listen, let me tell you something. There are beings in the universe that are so powerful that they are beyond your concept of God, but they are not God. There are beings so advanced in the universe that however you conceive God to be, all the powers that he got, the powers to heal, the power to create things out of nothing, all that, there are beings that exceed your conceptualization of God, and they are not God. But also you and your development are going to reach their level at some point in the future in your development. You're walking that pathway as well, where you will get to the point where you will elevate on that level. So it's not about worshiping any being in the universe. It's about understanding that they're your brothers, and that when they come to you, they come into you in a spirit of guiding you along the path so you can elevate to a higher level. That's what all of this was about. And y'all turned it into a religion where y'all started worshiping and groveling before images and doing things like that. So it's not that the book is wrong, it's the people you follow. Doesn't scripture repeat and say there's only one true God, all the others are false? Yeah, it says that, but we got to get into God. What is the word God? What does it say in Hebrew? There is one Father in heaven. Listen, I'm going to tell you my interpretation of that. Coming from, and I'm going to tell you coming from the Kabbalion. Okay, what you would call God in your religion and the Kabbalion is referred to as the undifferentiated. And the undifferentiated is composed of 7 qualities, like the Constitution has 7 principles. God has 7 principles that everything in creation rests on. It even says this in what? Your Bible. If you go to Proverbs 9:1, you go to Proverbs 9:1, you will see wisdom has built her house. She has hewn out her 7 pillars. If you read this in the New World Translation, they took her out. But it says, but it's talking about the feminine principle. So wisdom has built her house. Wisdom is Mother Nature. That's what they call Mother Nature. Mother Nature is receptive. She receives thoughts. Earth receives seeds. Anything feminine is receiving something and multiplying it and manifesting it. So that's why nature is always referred to as a she, and God is referred to as a he. So you have the masculine and feminine principle, and you have to go to the masculine principle first because it's the cause. The feminine principle is the effect. The masculine principle is the active. The feminine principle is the passive or receptive. So once you understand the roles of the masculine and feminine, you can decipher and look at the Bible. He says there's only one true God. There is only one. There's only one law, only one power. How many times have I said it? But I think that you seem to still be confused by when we say that Jesus said a God and the God, because you're using that word God. It's like you're retarded. It's like you're illiterate. I'm sitting here telling you that being a God doesn't make you the God. But you can't get past that word God. So let me say it in a term that is acceptable to you. Big G and little g. Even though when we look at the Semitic languages, there are no capital letters. But since I can't really be a scholar like that and explain something to you, I'll put it in terms that you understand. You have a big G God and a little g God. If that's more acceptable to you, we'll just roll with that. Even though when you look at it in Hebrew, it's the same damn word. But you're going to ignore that, so there's no need for me to even try to explain it to you. So I'm not going to explain it to you. But you keep on, the Bible said there's one true God. Nobody said there wasn't one true God. There's only one power in the universe. But you can't conceptualize it because the finite cannot circumscribe the infinite. So any type of concept that you try to attribute to God is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, that's it for me today. I hope I was able to get a message out. I hope this burns through the internet. I hope that people like, this is Yusuf, he's crazy. Or what he was talking about. Y'all know I wasn't crazy. I'm just saying things that are outside the box for you. But it's going to be things that make you think. Make you think. Anyway, peace to the gods. I appreciate all the donations, y'all. I appreciate them. I appreciate them. I appreciate everything. Ivory Muhammad, I appreciate the $9.99. I appreciate it. Everybody who donated to me today, I appreciate it. Thank you for passing the plate around on this Sunday. Somebody got mad at me and said, go big for some more donations and everything. I'm like, these dudes, they be tripping. The thing about it is you have to give it. I want y'all to read this book right here. Especially all the guys who in the chat who like real angry guys. I want you to read this book. It's called Seed Money, The Law of Tenfold Return. I want you to read this book because this book, man, let me tell you, this was a bad book, but it introduces you to why you give, why all the wealthy people give. Why in the Bible it says you have to give in order to receive because the universe abhors a vacuum. So in order for you to receive something in your life, you have to let something go. Like if you want new clothes, you got to clean out your closet. That's what Goodwill is for. You got to take those old clothes and give them, you have to make space for it. You have to give in order to receive. It's a universal law. If you don't have anything, you're probably selfish. You're probably a hoarder. You're probably doing like these dudes come on here with negativity. You're just negative about anything. You start to change those things like God was trying to tell Cain in the Bible, and he said, and things will go well. But because your heart, the way your heart is, you're just going to refuse to do it. Just because you don't like me for some reason. God is not male or female because male and female came from God. God can't be male or female because male and female are creations. Masculine and feminine are they are the created. They were created, but those are qualities that are present. If you look at, let me show you something real quick. I'm gonna give y'all a little something else to go on. This book right here is called Initiation Hermetics. All right, this is Initiation into Hermetics. Look at the Masonic trial. All right, Initiation into Hermetics. Let me see if I got the book because this might not be the book. Let me see if I can find a copy of the book. All right, let me see if this is it. Well, I like this right here. Damn, I gotta download this. Yeah, but this ain't, they don't have the book. You gotta get the book. If you buy the book, in the book, it have a picture of the masculine and feminine, and it shows in the middle of it an hermaphrodite that possesses both the masculine and feminine, and that's representative of source, that both are contained in one. So it is a principle that you need to understand. You need to get away from this thing about masculine being dominant over feminine and feminine being, you need to get away from that. Those are schools of thought for inferior beings. And it doesn't rest in truth. The truth is that masculine and feminine work together. You can't have one without the other. You can't have one, they both composite God. That's why if you look at every successful guy who's in business, the most successful one has wives. And I understand why. Because your energy, you cannot disperse your energy between multiple females, and you have to, you have to have some sort of inspiration too. It's like inspires you. So it's like almost all of them have, a wife. And even in Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill devoted a chapter to that. You see it everywhere. I don't understand. That's why you can see it's the work of the devil with these left and everything. They're trying to break up families. You can identify something other than masculine and feminine. This is the work of the devil. Look what they're doing. They're attacking natural laws. Everything they are doing is against natural law and God. And if you talk to them, they'll say natural law is some bullshit. Don't believe me, go check it out for yourself. These are demons. These are devils. You're dealing with devils, it's real. I'm trying to tell you it's real. And how you know it's real is when you put something to the test and find out for yourself. That's when you know it's real. All right, y'all, I'm out. I appreciate everybody today. I'm out. Peace to the gods. Like, comment, and subscribe. Join my email list. It's in the comment section. I'll see y'all later on today. I'll be back on today with another live stream. Peace to the gods. I'm out.